hello. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot that I told
I think
Dale.
you have I think you have me live on the stream.
you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will cater to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Hello and welcome back in, RSC fans. We have an exciting day of matchups here for you as we enter the Challenger playoff. So make sure you have your drinks and your snacks because it's going to be a good one here today. I'm Borky, and joining me is the lovely, you know him and you love him, Haj.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be alongside you here, Borky, today. It's going to be an incredible one, that is for sure. And I can tell the players are hyped and pretty ready to go with this one because I can already hear one of them in my ear shouting and screaming in the video ninja. So it's going to be a good day of action and the players are hyped up and are ready to go. We have got some cameras here for our first match. And speaking of our first match, it is going to be Owls taking to the pitch in the upper bracket alongside Deathcloud. But before we start talking about our playoffs, let's take a look back. Never mind, let's take a look at the playoff bracket and see what we have going today. Well, all the action that we have in the Challenger playoffs, like you mentioned there, Borky, going to be a great day of action. We start here in the upper bracket, and we've also got the lower bracket games happening in a Discord watch party at this very same time.
Yeah, so if you are a fan of one of those lower bracket teams, don't worry, that is happening over on the B team, on the B stream. But to starting us off here is Owls and Atmos, and they'll be looking to face off against the winner of Eclipse and Seiko coming up later today.
Yeah, it is going to be a stacked day of action. And if you're just joining us here and maybe didn't watch some of the play in action that we've had going throughout the week, you'll see some of these teams in here who've qualified. You've got the likes of Berserkers, you've got the likes of Deathcloud, you've got, I'm trying to think of everyone who's here, Team Serene and I believe Solaris, who've made it in from the play-ins. Oh no, KDJ. There we go. There's my memory serving me completely incorrect. But just to have a look at those play-in brackets there, Borky, it was a brutal battle in these play-ins, right? Obviously, the change this season to make play-ins best of 7 really means that teams have got to really pull some games out of the bag. And a couple of those series going the distance, going to game number 7. It was certainly a tough one.
Yeah, and I mean the one thing with this game's best of 7 changes, not only do you have to come out and play some dominant Rocket League, but if you're starting in that lower part of the play-ins, it's all about fatigue and who can go longer. I mean, as you can see there, for Berserkers, they had 2 game 7s back to back to advance through the lower bracket. So they'll be rewarded here with a best of 5. But at least we know they're up to the occasion once we do get into later halves of the playoffs if they do make it to that point.
Yeah, well, we've now got to start talking about this very matchup because we've got to get the playoffs started, right? So, I mean, Owls, Deathcloud, let's have a quick look at some of our team comparisons here. As we look at the stats for both of these teams, I think the obvious, thing that directs your attention here is first versus second in their conferences, Borky. Both have had incredible seasons so far. Owls, they did sort of pip them a little bit on those individual game wins, racking up 47, which is really impressive coming from them. But Deathcloud, not too shabby as well, 43. 2 of the top teams in Challenger, that is for sure. But, I think statistics don't necessarily matter as much when it comes down to the day, where a lot of it just does come down to playoffs form, because playoffs, it's shown time and time again that it can change teams. And, as we have a look at our players here, let's see who has been making the sort of individual impact in their team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all that really matters. It's any given day, especially of Rocket League. If somebody's having an off day, you never know who's going to be needed to step up to the occasion. Over on Owls, obviously, Sam Dusk has played the most games there. One of the most impactful for this team as well. Just a really well-rounded player. But they do have the likes of Cynics lining up against them over on the Deathcloud roster, who is, in my opinion, equally as impressive as it comes to mechanics.
Very much the case. Well, I mean, we've got, let's see, all the players pretty much ready to go. But before we get to that, we've got to do predictions. And we've got to start with our talent predictions. Now, there is going to be some absolutely tragic takes across this desk here. A lot of people predicting Owls to win their very first title as a franchise. For those who don't know, Owls coming in as their first season here in the RSC, being the official esports, community of the Sheffield Wednesday football team. I believe I've got that correct. So looking for their very first RSC title. Is today the day they get it? A lot of people seem to think so. Well, I didn't really know, so I asked a random academy player who's got no Challenger ball knowledge whatsoever to just predict random teams for me, and that is what I've gone for. So we'll see how that goes. But across the board here, Borky, everyone seems to have similar ideas of who's going to get where. I mean, this is probably it's the nicest line of predictions I've ever looked at, because everyone, it just looks, it looks so like, I don't know what the word is. It's like, it just looks nice, doesn't it?
It's very uniform. I would say this is probably one of the most equal predictions that I've ever seen. Usually you have some teams all over the place, but yeah, it seems like the common consensus is Owls. Don't worry though, you still have a few people choosing Serenity with you. A bit surprised by the shadow that low though, considering where it is for everybody else. But it is what it is at any given day.
Any given day. I didn't believe in Onesie in Prospect, and well, it's time to follow that through at Charlie, even though he's probably got a more likely chance of winning it. Anyway, moving forward into our predictions for this match, Borky, before we get this match underway. Who have you got going into this one?
Ooh, well, I'm going to have to agree with a lot of the other talent, and I'm going to take Owls 3-1 here. Yes, Atmos is a very solid team, but Owls, they put up the most goals and they conceded the least in both conferences of Chally.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a 3-2 here to Deathcloud. No reason why whatsoever. I just think that playoffs form is often different to league play form. And while, obviously this Owls team is quite a favoured team to take it, what often happens in RSC is that first seeds don't typically do very well when it comes to playoffs day. So I'm going to go for a bit of a different selection. I'm going to go for a 3-2 to Deathcloud here. But I think it's time we get this one underway and get this one started here, Borky, because the players have waited long enough for us to do some yapping. And I think it's time we just get them on the pitch and really settle the score here and now. Let's kick off this best of 5. Let's get these teams down onto the pitch, and let's send one team to the top 3 here in RSC.
We can talk about stats all day long, but what matters is what you leave out here on the pitch. It's the first match of playoffs here in Chally, so I'm sure everybody's excited because it's going to be a long day. And what a great match to get things started off here. We'll see Samdust trying to get the Owls some early offense. A shot comes in, will be saved off here towards the side wall. Yak needs to collect this one. Bounces in. Quick shot from Cynics, but Sam able to collect it.
Able to collect it, and it's just that early game presence both teams are looking for here. Owls find themselves under a little bit of early pressure, but going to be quite happy to deal with it. Will be popped up in the midfield there. Yak should have a free ball to work with, and he's going to rise to the occasion just until he gets bumped completely out of the way. Guys, what are we doing? It's not the way you want to start a best of 5, that's for sure.
Ooh, yeah, it feels like just a little bit of a breakdown there on the goal line. Maybe some of those nerves getting to you. It is that first game. You got to get that composure underneath. The ball took a couple unlucky bounces, but it is the Owls that come out here first with the opening scoring. We'll see already here off the kickoff. They're trying to get a second one to their name. Ghosty just opts to play this towards the corner. Acmo, though, hot on the trail. Ghosty will collect again, but Yak puts this towards target. Senex clears downfield. Samdust is going to intercept this, though, before it can get to Ghosty. And it feels like the Owls are picking up tempo here as a pass comes in and Yak slots it through.
Yak does indeed put it through. Owls continuing to extend this early lead and showing that they are here to play in this best of 5. They want to send themselves to that upper final. They want to secure themselves top 3 in Chally at the end of this series, and they want themselves a little bit of a break, you know, because playoffs can be quite a long day, and well, this series, it looks to be, you know, pretty short at the rate this is going. Just keep racking up the goals, keep scoring them, keep extending that goal lead, keep putting Deathcloud under some pressure here.
I mean, it's not a great place to be when you are down 3 in the opening minutes of game 1. But again, it is a game 1 best of 5. So you have a little bit of room, but not too much. You need to get that composure soon. And Cynics, well, he's going to do a good job of getting a response here for Deathcloud. A great solo play to get him downfield. The touch from Zam doesn't really fall in his favor. And Cynics, well, he's just waiting for his rebound.
Absolutely. And Deathcloud find themselves a response, a crucial one to sort of stem the bleeding here for a little bit. Can they start to sort of push back a little bit more, start reducing the goal lead, the bar that Owls have really set here in this opening game? Samdust will put it back out to Acmo, but will be just picked up here by Cynics, who will find the first goal here and bring some life back into Deathcloud. But now it's Zixify looking for the back of the net. Will be picked up there by Samdust. And Deathcloud, I like the ideas, I like the pressure here. It's looking a little bit better, and I think a lot of it was probably just, you know, getting themselves into the game, right? Shaking off those nerves, getting, I guess, just into Championship Saturday mode here. And Borky, a lot of the time that's what it is, right? You just need a little bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, you know, you just never really know what to expect when you come into the game. And the first couple minutes of this has been all Owls. They're just a lot of disrespect here for Deathcloud. They're instant challenging, not giving them that breathing room. And when that happens, it kind of catches you off guard in a sense, as Sam gets a lovely touch there. Another pass infield towards Yak, who now has his second, so hat trick watch there.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that, that's for sure. And we'll have to keep an eye out to see if Deathcloud's side can find themselves a way back into this one. It's certainly a bit of a longer way than they would like to have it right now, but Ghosty going to try and fire that one onto the back wall. Is there a follow-up? It is Zixify who puts it out over to the side, but should be a free ball here for the side of Owls, and they're quite happy to just keep working and, you know, setting the pace, really, of this game.
Yeah, and I'm sure that every time they get one of those long clearances downfield, it's just going to kill more of that clock. They are already up 3 here. We're south of halfway finally, but the way that the Owls have been moving this ball around the pitch, it's really creating these awkward situations for Deathcloud to try to get into some sort of rotation, especially when Samdust is just collecting demos in this game as well. It's hard to respond against that. We'll see Zixify get a nice challenge there. Cynics passes it up to him, so we'll have a battle in the corner coming up shortly. Yak's going to get that 50. It pops up high here. Acmo clears it down.
Well, DeathCloud, this is where they've really got to kick things into overdrive here. Borky and maybe Cynics is the person to do that, but it won't quite be good enough. DeathCloud, throw it on the back wall. Where's the follow-up? It is coming through from Acmo, and that's just trying to alleviate some of the pressure from this attack that's coming through. Keep it in their possession, and Yak's going to be able to do just that. Tries to get it over to Ghosty. Acmo just gets beat by Cynics, and it really feels like this is, you know, exactly what's been happening the whole game, right? It's just been this Owls side faster to the ball time and time again. But now a little bit of pushback. Is it too little too late, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like DeathCloud are stagnant on offense. I mean, they do have 5 shots to their names. That's only 1 less than the Owls. It's just the opportunities that they've gotten have been a lot more, as this one takes a bounce off of the corner. Acmo there playing some nice janitorial duties will clean this up. Ghosty just barely missing out on that read.
Well, this is getting a little bit out of hand here for DeathCloud. It has been a destructive game number 1 from Owls, and they have really set the pace, set the tempo for this series. Look to come into it in a dominant force and show why they are one of the undisputed, if not, you know, the best team here in Chali. And they will look to prove that tonight, taking on some contenders such as Shadow, Serene, winner of that match. If they win this, we'll play against them, but they've still got to worry about this one, right? We've seen game 1 swings not matter as much in the context of a series. It can go back and forth so easily, and all it takes is, you know, a game like this for Owls to, you know, if they're in the wrong mindset, get a little bit overconfident, start making some silly mistakes, thinking they've already won it, and, you know, DeathCloud could be running right back into it. But that's going to have to be a question we're answering very, very soon here, Borky, because for now it is a game number 1 win to Owls as soon as this ball hits the ground, and they look like they're in form.
Yeah, no, they've definitely came out and showed a lot of dominance here on the pitch. I mean, it does reach a certain point, though, for DeathCloud, where you just kind of have to brush it aside, say go next. It is just game 1. We have a couple more chances to wiggle ourselves back into this game. But as we take a look at the match stats here, I mean, again, I was talked about the offense. DeathCloud did have chances. It just, they weren't as opportune as some of the Owl shots.
Yeah, I mean, they had 5 or so shots, right? But it really felt like a lot of the shots that were coming through weren't really that dangerous. I mean, it felt like Owls just managed their possession so well, to where a lot of the time it didn't really matter if, you know, who had possession, or it didn't really matter what the attack was looking like for the side of this DeathCloud team. You know, it just didn't really matter because the shot was not there, the defense was there, the team play, the synergy was there from Owls, and it really just counted everything that this DeathCloud side wanted to do. But we're going to head into game number 2, Borky, in the next couple of seconds, and we're going to get our answer as to if this DeathCloud team is going to maybe push back a little bit, or if they're just going to essentially get stomped down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, well, for DeathCloud, you do need to come up with some sort of a response here. That first game definitely doesn't speak to their level of gameplay that they've been able to produce all season, and it's going to be game 2 on Forbidden Temple, where they get to try to prove some of those doubters wrong here. For Owls, though, they want to put themselves in the best possible position for the rest of the playoffs. They are the heavy favorite amongst the talent. Can they keep that trend up? Game number 2 kicking off now.
Heavy favourites have got to be both Owls and Shadow here. And will that be our upper final match? Or will someone play upset? That is the question we're looking at. And, well, is this going to be a bit more closer to the answer that Owls are getting? And maybe with plays like that from Yak, it could be, but not quite getting past that final defender. Some good pressure, though, early from Owls, and looking at dangerous, looking very much like they finished game number 1, and looking to start game number 2 in a similar way.
And one thing I do want to point out, oh, okay, hold on, hold that thought,
Hold
because
yeah.
it's going to be DeathCloud here that change the script a little bit and get the opening goal. It's a touch that comes across the middle of the net, and Zenix, he got the only recorded goal for DeathCloud in game 1. Well, he's going to get them off to a better start here.
Do just that. But it is a good start. Is it going to be a good ending as well? Good setup there, but it will be collected by Sam Dusk and just sort of swept out. Or maybe not. Maybe maybe we're just not going to hit the ball. Maybe we'll just, you know, let Zixify put it in the back of the net. And I mean, you love to see it from the side of Deathcloud, but I mean, that's a reportable defense from Owls right there.
What I mean, you mentioned it in game one. You have such a dominant win that you kind of start playing a bit differently. Maybe a little too overconfident or just kind of brushing off the caliber of your opponent. But it's 2 mistakes there on defense for Owls that allow Deathcloud 2 goals here. It's a lot different in comparison to game one. We saw Owls with that 2-goal lead at this point. Well, right now, they're looking to claw that deficit back here if they can, maybe reform themselves. But for Deathcloud, that's a great bump that comes out. Ghosty puts it towards the backboard, does have it for a moment, but it's cleared again into the corner.
Deathcloud looking like they're in a lot better of a position here on the Temple. Still 3.5 minutes left, and Akmo's going to be quite happy to drop that one down to Sam Dusk. Everyone's quite far forward committed here on the side of Owls, and they're going to have to maybe back up, retreat, and be careful because Cynics is waiting there. This looks completely different. I mean, it's quite the stark contrast to game number one. They don't look like they're playing as a team. The whiffs are coming through. They're making these individual mistakes here, Borky, and I mean, everyone was just out of position. You saw that attack. Everyone was just in the exact same place on the field, and you know, it feels like the game number 2 reality check here is being put into full force.
Oh, I mean, it definitely is, as Ghosty comes across field and slots in the 4th here for Deathcloud. And it's a complete night and day difference of these 2 games. I mean, if you're a Deathcloud fan, you're going to be loving this because you can see the bounce back. They took that game on the chin, and they just are absolutely unleashing everything they had left in the tank from game one here. Up 4 now. We're still north of half time in this game, but with the way that Deathcloud has been playing and rotating, I mean, it's going to be a challenge here, but the Owls do finally get some response to those 4 unanswered.
They do get one back, and it is a start, and they do have a lot of time to work with still. 3 minutes left on that clock, but you know, you've got to start making that impact soon, and what a better way to do it than claiming that first goal here for the side of Owls. Yak will take things to the back wall, though, and we'll see how things are going to evolve as Akmo looking to try and slot this one in the back of the net. That's the second here for this team of Owls, and I mean, Borky, it's starting to build. It's starting to get a little bit more scary here for the side of Deathcloud. Surely this isn't a throwable game, though, right?
I mean, you would think having a 4-goal lead is impenetrable, but you never really know, especially when there's this much time on the clock, and all it takes is a little bit of momentum shift, because that's what Rocket League is, a game of momentum. You get that confidence flowing in one direction, and all of a sudden, things can fall apart before you know it. It was 2 quick goals in rapid succession there for Owls. Still down 2 here, but with some heavy offense and a shot from Sam like that, the deficit's now 1. And Deathcloud, you might want to start sweating.
They might just do. Owls are fighting back, and they are bringing a vengeance. They are bringing an army with them on this attack. The resilience, well, it is very much visible here on the pitch. But will they be able to get it right back to that deadlock tie? Deathcloud, they look a little bit stunned here as they all watch Yak air dribble it back over to his teammates, and it will clear downfield. Is this a bit of an overchase? Is this going to be punished? Not quite. Sam Dusk gets back in time here for this team of Owls, excuse me, and Deathcloud. They escape, but that got a little bit scrappy for both teams.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, it looked like Deathcloud were on their last leg. That third man came a little too far forward, and then it was a foot race back towards net. Sam does get the better of that, so 1 goal is still what separates us here. Again, this match has felt like forever, but there's still a minute 40 left on this clock. Cynics trying to increase that lead again. Yak does get the save this time. Akmo can't collect here, so it's going to be 6-5 that tries to force us past that midline, Sam. Instead, he takes us up high, going for a solo play, going for the equalizer, and it's a great save from 6-5 that keeps Deathcloud's lead intact.
Yeah, Deathcloud continue to hold on to that lead, but only just. There's been chances that you think really should have gone in, and same can be said for the other side. But let's see if they're going to get another one here. That's a touch from Zixify. Back over to Ghosty. Everyone front post here on the side of Death Cloud. It's a bit of a scrappy defense. The last man has been bumped, and Ghosty has to come in and save the day. Once again, a little bit scrappy. Owls continue to swirl around this net, and it feels like it's only a matter of time, but they're still poised in the back of that net and ready to make the saves. It is perfect from DCE, but only for a minute, because hang on a second, is what? Has Yak just got it over all of them? What?
Oh my goodness, Yak, that's a 1v3 for him. He gives his life for the assist, and Sam puts it away. Can you believe your eyes? A game that was 4-0 for Death Cloud is now tied 4-4 here, and with 46 seconds left, it feels like whether it's regulation or overtime, this next goal is going to be decisive.
It certainly will be, right? Normally you talk about the fortunes of a reverse sweep having to come back into it from this situation. If you lose a game like this, it's over. It really just is. And I feel like, the chances of a reverse sweep already minimal, but reverse sweeping after losing a 4-goal lead in game number 2, nah, it's not happening. So a must-win game here for Death Cloud. Demo's coming through to open up some space in the final 10 seconds. We'll see if they can find any value from this pressure, from this aggression, although it's a free ball for Yak, and it should be some easy defense here. And the dying couple of seconds of regulation for Owls will be hit over to that sidewall from Zixify. Another chance in field. Sam Dusk opting to keep this one up. Owls looking like they might just whisk that one out over to the side, but no, it will hit the ground. We do get overtime. I think this is a series decider here.
It has to be. It's either match point and blowing a 4-0 lead, or Death Cloud, they can hold out against this Owls offense that has looked flawless here in the second half of the game. This is a great clearance downfield. Akmo does turn on it. Ghosty can't follow up on that ball. Akmo needs to get a touch here, because here comes Sexified, but no, kept out still. Zenix at the midline. We'll try to make sure Death Cloud stay moving forward here. Want to get some pressure developed early. Can't allow the Owls too many opportunities, because we saw what happened when they're allowed to play their game.
Oh, we absolutely did. And it wasn't pretty. But we'll see. Cynics to the back wall looking for a setup. Samdusk has that read though. That's downfield. No. The demo on the third man. It's just going to be Owls, who essentially, you talk about reverse sweeps. Yes, that's what Death Cloud now have to do, but Owls essentially just reverse swept them in game number 2. I mean, a 4-goal lead blown out of the water, blown off of Forbidden Temple. It's 2-0 in the series for Owls, and they're looking primed and ready to take us to the upper final, to take themselves to top 3 in Shally, and that one more game is all that stands from them doing so.
Wow, what a game there from the Owls. 16 shots. So keep in mind, at around 2 minutes into the game, the Owls only recorded 1 shot. They really picked up the tempo and the pace, recorded 16, got that game-winning goal, a massive comeback. And for Death Cloud, you really have to wonder what fell apart there.
I think it was me saying that the game was unwinnable after 3 goals. Sorry, unlosable, sorry. The game was unlosable after 3 goals. That probably didn't quite help, but never do that. I've learned from my mistakes. And we'll go into game number 3. We'll see what Death Cloud are able to bring to the table, if anything, here. One more game and they will drop to the lower bracket if they do lose it. And for the side of Owls, right, it has been an incredible series for them so far. I think what's noticeably, the qualities that I've seen from them, which is really good, especially on a championship Saturday like this, it's the resilience here, Borky, right? You talk about getting far in Championship Saturday, and it can turn into quite a long day, right? No matter if you drop to the lower bracket or not, you're playing Rocket League for 5-6 hours straight at a top level here, and everyone's locked in, everyone's focused, and it can really take a toll on not just mental, but also just the ability to think critically under pressure. And, being able to show that resilience and believe in each other is a crucial sort of thing here for the side of Owls. But now we've got to see it from Death Cloud, right? This is where they need to reverse sweep. This is where they need to pull magic tricks from, hats that don't even exist. But this is where they've got to find that resilience and show it to us.
100%. If there's anything left in the tank here for Death Cloud, you need to pull it out. You need to show everyone what you have. I mean, that 4-0 sweep, it's got to be so tilting on the mental. And if you're able to brush that aside and come out here and win this game, it's a step in the right direction, but it's a very long road that they have to go down here. So game number 3, is it a sweep or is it a potential reverse sweep? Do we get more games of Rocket League here in the opening of playoffs? That's what we'll have to find out. But Sam's looking for a magnificent goal to add to the highlight reel. Takes us off the corner, finds 2 touches off of the back wall and puts it in an exceptional fashion.
DeathCloud watched that first of 2 lives crumble before their very eyes, and Sam Dusk is finding the dagger here. But 1 goal and 4 minutes, excuse me, left here to see if DeathCloud can find a response. And I mean, the odds are stacked against them. You've just dropped a 4-goal lead to go against, 3 match points, and now you've just had that scored against you. It's just coming again. Sam Dusk, what a player here in this series.
Sam has 304 points. Nobody else on his team has broken 100 yet. He has stepped up. Nobody in this lobby has broken 100 yet, and he's at 300. He is having a phenomenal game here, coming out, hitting a clip-worthy goal, getting the second here. The Owls are just looking to brush this game and say that it's done before it even started.
They are indeed, but let's see what kind of resilience DeathCloud have, if at all. Will be popped up there by Sam Dusk. He's looking to get it over that second player. Akmo trying to put it on that back wall. It will be 6-5, bringing it out to that side wall. Should be a free touch here for Owls. Is that on the back wall? Yes, it is, and well defended by DeathCloud, but there's no follow-up. It looks like they're a little bit hesitant to jump for some of these, and you really can't be, right? You've got to somehow be able to keep this confidence high, and it's just impossible when you've got fakes, when you've got shots, when you've got follow-ups, when you have the full force of the birds of prey looming over you.
Man, I mean, you can't really describe these plays from Owls other than just picture perfect. Everyone is doing exactly what they need to do. They're positioning themselves perfectly on this pitch. They're following up. They're getting these crucial touches of popping them around. DeathCloud Ghost, he has to scramble back to get that one. He does get it over here to 6-5. 6-5, try to get that around Akmo. He still manages to come down and get a touch. It delays the inevitable a little bit longer and allows Yak back into play.
Some time here still, but it looks lifeless, to be honest with you, and DeathCloud looking like they might just be dropping to that lower bracket, and you know what, an unfortunate fashion for it to happen in, if that is the case. 3-0 would be the scoreline if this went the way of Owls. And for a team that's, not been too bad across the board here, Borky, they've had such a good season in the Glacies Conference, but for it all to come toppling down like this here in the playoffs, it would be such a disappointing way to end the season, and it's certainly a painful watch here in the upper bracket. They do still have that lower bracket, but meanwhile, it just feels like Owls are stacking goal after goal, but now a bit of a lifeline here, now a kickoff goal, but it's still a kickoff goal, and it can go either way. I'm not convinced yet, DeathCloud. You've got to convince me, and it's not doing it just yet. But we've still got some time. We've still got some chances. Make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with you. Not totally convinced. I want to see something of real caliber behind this DeathCloud team. Yes, we did see Owls come back from a 4-0 deficit. DeathCloud, they might be able to do that here as Ghosty gets a beautiful shot on net here. And he does cut the deficit to 2, so hold on. Maybe it's time to start believing.
There's no way a 4-goal lead can be thrown twice in one series, right? Surely not. Surely not.
Surely not. I mean...
Surely not. Surely not. Surely it's unlosable for Owls from this point forward.
You've done it now.
We'll see. We'll see. 2 minutes still left here, DeathCloud. A little bit of momentum behind them now. The redirect pass, the pressure coming through. But is it just going to be back down the other way? Is it just going to be all she wrote here for DeathCloud? Because Owls, they still look like they're cooking that pressure. They look a little bit unfazed, but can't overcommit too much because that's down the other end. That's not a connection. That's Cynics looking to try and bounce it over everybody, but Yak says no.
Yak with a great save there, a must-need save, because yes, you are still up 2 here, but we saw how much that confidence swing really affected DefCloud and Owl's comeback there. And if DefCloud can get that themselves, well, who knows what could happen. We could see the improbable happen twice in one day. They don't have as much time as the Owls did, though. We are approaching this final minute of the game. So for DefCloud, again, need to put this into second gear. But hold on, this one might go in. Akmo last man. It was a 2v1, but there's no boost on either side of that party. And it just allows the ball right back down the side here for Owls. And Sam Dusk, well, he might have just sealed this one.
Might have just done that. It's been so impressive from Owls. And, you know, DefCloud, while they put up a fight here in the closing couple of minutes, it looks like this one is continuing to escape them game after game. It's looking like Owls will move forward in the bracket to the top 3 guaranteed and play in the upper finals for a chance at the Grands later on. But let's see if, you know, DefCloud have any last life in them.
This one coming in midfield. Cynics gets a crucial save. They need a goal now if they have any hopes of not only winning this game, but potentially reverse sweeping. Salty gets a nice clearance downfield. Ghosty's going to collect this here towards backboard. Doesn't get a connection there. 6-5 shot on 2 go on defense, but with the clearance and nobody from DefCloud around yet, it just alleviates all of that immediate danger. And I'm sure the Owls, they're happy to just play a nice game of keep away for the remaining 10 seconds here of this game. Ghosty, what do you have in ya? Anything? And with this clock now reaching point of basically no return, Cynics will get a third here, but I mean, what? They're going to need 2 insanely quick kickoff goals in 1.5 seconds each?
Nah, it's not happening. I think it's been, you know, a bit of a better ending here for DefCloud, but it won't be the ending they were looking for as Owls move forward to the top 3 here of the Challenger division, and will either face off against Shadow or Serene in the upper bracket final later on today. A masterclass of a series from them. DefCloud going to drop to the lower bracket and play against Thralls here in the lower quarter final. And, well, you know, the unfortunate thing here for DefCloud is that they're going to have to play instantly after that. They're going to have to play right now, pretty much. I mean, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one having to play right after that, especially in the format that you just lost. But, I mean, they've got about 25 minutes, actually, never mind. But in terms of stats overall from that series, right, we've got to look at the, you know, the stats overall here, and what a series it was from one particular team.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at like the stats across here, the saves comparison to the shots, you can really tell that DefCloud was. I mean, it doesn't speak for it though, because ball possession was in favor of DefCloud. But it felt like every time they did get across that midway line, Owls would just insta-challenge. They weren't showing respect, and they would just force DefCloud into these awkward goal line stances.
Yeah, it did. It does seem that way. And, well, we have to crown a series MVP. And I think there's a couple of different candidates you could have gone for that series. But we obviously have to go with the stats. And Sam Dusk, who has made so much impact, and, you know, especially in that game number 3, a worldie of a goal to kick things off, and really trying to, you know, strive his team forward in not just this series, but also in the playoffs in general, trying to secure Owls their first title in RSC as a franchise, coming in here into their very first season. You know, a lot of these newer franchises don't necessarily have the greatest starts to their time in RSC. Owls is a franchise who was predicted to do relatively well, was predicted to be the best of the bunch in terms of the new franchises coming in. That was KDJ, Nate, and Owls. And, you know, Owls, they've really impressed me as a franchise in a lot of these different tiers. And I can't wait to see if they're going to go on to go far here in the Chally playoffs. But we are going to go to a quick break. And, well, I say quick break. It's going to be... I'm not sure how long it's going to be, but it's going to be a bit of a break. And when we come back, it will be our next series on the stream. It will be KDJ Royal taking on Team Serene Shaiko. And that is confirmation. Eclipse. Hang on, that's been put in the bracket before the game's actually finished. Mods, What? I'm not gonna be happy if Team Serene make the comeback, and I've just said that. But yeah, Team Serene looking like they'll be the losers of that match. And it will be KDJ versus Team Serene likely next on stream. KDJ looking to continue on their lower bracket run. Serene trying to put a stop to it. Let's find out what happens after the break.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
actions all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo! I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type medify.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's medify.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare. trusted by the grind.
I'm the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Madness across the tier so far, and 4 games completed. Still many more to go though, as we roll on through our championship Saturday here in the Challenger division. My name is Hodge, once again joined alongside Borky here on the A stream. And Borky, we have just seen Team Serene play up against Shadow on the B stream in the upper bracket. They lost that one 3-1. They're looking to bounce back, but they've got to take on the might of KDJ, who have been looking scary through this lower bracket.
Oh yeah, definitely have been a very intimidating team here so far, throughout the Chally play-ins and then the playoffs. It's going to be a close matchup here. KDJ really have brought out their full or their best game of Rocket League here in the playoffs, in my opinion. And with this game here against Seiko, I have a feeling that it's going to be close. And I know Seiko is a team that a couple people also have as their favorite to win.
Some people do, and when you look at the conference standings here between both of these teams, it was the likes of KDJ and Team Serene, both who played in the same conference, and Team Serene got the better of them in the standings, finishing 3rd place, with KDJ finishing in 4th. So, I mean, Team Serene with their 43 wins has looked the better team throughout the season, but KDJ, I mean, we've seen how playoffs, you really change how teams play, right? And KDJ are looking to try and come in with a vengeance here in the playoffs here today. They've already took down Solaris, I believe, and well, a lot of people had them doing so in those predictions. Some people didn't quite, but I mean, it's now, you know, we look back to these talent predictions, right? It is the 2 favorites flying high so far. It's Owls, it's Shadow, who move forward to the upper final, and the rest of it just is a little bit all over the place. Is the PG way of putting it. So I mean, Borky, what do you think of everyone's predictions so far and how they've all stood after the first set of games, on the off stream, B stream, main stream, wherever it may be?
Yeah, it's I mean, for the people that did put Shadow and Owl so far, so good for them. I mean, we're getting a nice, what could potentially be a grand final preview in the upper finals. So we'll have to stay tuned and see how that one plays out. But I mean, KDGA could upset your predictions, Hodge. I know that it was kind of somebody from Academy that made it, but there was 2 other people that also had Serene here winning out Chally. So they're going to be watching intently to see how well their prediction plays out. And for KDJ, again, I mean, I'm just going to keep alluding back to it of how well they've been doing within the play-ins and then the playoffs. If they continue that form and then come against a team like Serene, again, who are also within the same conference, so they're very familiar with one another. They've had their go at it a couple times here this season. So if they're able to one-up them this time around, it's going to be a very interesting day for how this rest of the lower bracket plays out.
It absolutely is. And, well, we've got to make some predictions here, Borky. So I want to know, what are you going with before we get into this one?
Ooh, well, I picked, I would say, probably the favorite in the last one, because Owls, I mean, just... yeah, they look phenomenal, but this time around I'm gonna be a bit more interesting. I really believe in this KDJ run that they're putting together right now, and I mean, with Team Serene, yes, they have a good offense, but they've also conceded a lot of goals this season. So if KDJ can find some of those weak points in the armor, I'm gonna take them here, but it's gonna be a close one, 3-2 for KDJ.
I'm going to go for a 3-1 to Team Serene here. I think Team Serene have looked like the better team throughout the season. They didn't look bad against Shadow, to be honest with you. And I think, playing up against some of the top teams shows that they're still showing that, I guess, what they need to get it done here today. And also, KDJ, they might have won the last series, but they've had a 25-minute break. They're not going to have momentum still. So, even though Serene lost, they still played for longer. They still got a bit more time playing. They've had less of a cooldown. I think they could very well take this one as well, Borky. But it's gonna be a bit of a toss-up here, and I can't wait to see what happens on the field. And guess what? We don't have to wait any time whatsoever because the players are ready. They're here, and they are good to go. We do have 2 cameras here as well. I know some people are asking about that. We have Meaty Pig's camera. We have Buddha's camera as well, as I think I've got that correct, and we'll find out in a second, but I think I've got that pretty much correct. And well, we'll get the players on the field and we'll get them into the game. It is an elimination series. It's a best of 5. Winner moves forward to the top 4 here. Loser, it's over.
And as we get down to this kickoff, again, the stakes have never been higher. You don't have that lifeline down here in the lower bracket, so it's do or die at this point in stage of the playoffs. You want to make a name for yourself within RSC. Now's a great time to do it, and we'll see out of the gun. Seiko had a couple opportunities there, but so far we remain scoreless.
Do indeed. And maybe for how long? Chances coming through early on, but not going to be that easy. If you want to score first in this matchup and really set the pace. And KDJ Royal already looking dangerous on the attack. Serene, though, holding strong. Looking to get down the other side. It's beat over to that corner. And Lifeless is looking to get that one back over to Meaty Pig. It's a great fake, but can't get the shot past Buddha.
But I mean, we can kind of see here Seiko's doing a good job of getting possession behind this ball. They're back passing here as well, just trying to make sure they create as much space on the pitch as they can to get across this center line. Lifeless flicking this one up here. We do see Ralinator falling behind, but Buddha keeps it out for now. Meaty Pig trying to drop this down, trying to find if a teammate's waiting behind him, but Pears is going to clear out the immediate danger, and he gets himself a 1v1 here against Ralinator, but Ralinator comes out on top.
Yeah, well, Meaty Pig now trying to go down the other side. Bit of a double commit coming through on the defensive side for KDJ, but will not haunt them whatsoever. It might, in fact, haunt Serene as there. Bit of a sticky situation in the defensive side, but only for a minute. It will go back out, and, well, right back we go into the offense here. KDJ looking strong off of their last series win, and they're really looking to do a bit of a lower bracket run here, Borky. You said you believe, but the players themselves believe is the question, and based on what I'm seeing so far, the answer is an emphatic yes. Pears trying to slot that one from up high, but not quite able to, and the attack's going to continue for a little bit, but the defense, you've got to commend it. Yeah,
the defense here from I mean, I was just going to say, the defense there from Seiko has been superb. They haven't really allowed too many of those real threatening chances, and then it's Lifeless here that takes us downfield. And I think that perhaps Royal threw a little bit too much at them because that scramble back to the goal line, they don't necessarily win that foot race.
Well, Team Serene have found the opening salvo, but how long is it going to take before we get a bullet right back the other direction? But it tries to play that fake, and, well, he had the defense jumping a little bit, but not enough to warrant any sort of goal just yet. Pears, though, trying to get that one dropped down, and Vortex can't find any success on that either. And it will go back into the hands of Serene as they look to, I guess, get this counterattack going. The pass back was an idea, but it didn't quite work out as it's right back into the possession of Serene. Hang on, maybe we just need to shut up here, Borky, because you said something and it was a goal. I've just said it didn't work out, and Lifeless just gets absolutely sent right to the shops right there, right to Lidl, right to Morrison's. Pick your shop, pick your supermarket, doesn't matter, he's there.
Yeah, I mean, these goals have just come in at such, I don't want to say like unpredictable moments, but at moments where I guess you would least expect somebody to just rip a shot. And I guess that's what you have to anticipate here in this matchup, is that it is very much a toss-up. Either team can come out on top. All it takes is a few better touches than the other. Loiflis trying to collect us here off of the backward to just get it past Pairs. Vortex, though, stuffs that here. Ball bouncing into the midfield. Meaty Pig taking us off this left-hand side while beats out Buddha, but Pairs will have enough boost to get a follow-up touch there. Rollinator back in middle. Vortex can't collect, but Pairs there to clean up and bail out his teammate.
Certainly. And, well, it looks like KDJ might have found the angle. And Pairs, a rocket from across the map. I mean, just beats out Rollinator. And Meaty Pig can't quite get the touch required. KDJ taking the lead here, showing that they are turning up when they need to here on playoffs day, and looking to try and shut down, you know, a team that a couple of people had as their favorites here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Pairs. He got himself a pair of goals, haha. But no, it's from that midpoint of the field where he just kind of launches it at net, and I think he's just catching Seiko here off guard a bit, because they're playing that third man up a little bit too far at certain points, trying to just make sure they can keep that pressure building. And both times it's come back to haunt them. Rallinator trying to get an equalizer there. It's Pairs, who's been all over the pitch, honestly. Has been a name we've called countless times here that is being the groundwork for KDG's success here in game number 1. He does get a pass down towards Vector, but can't get that on target.
Yeah, and it has been a back and forth game, but so far KDJ have come out the benefactor. Meaty Pig, the potential spy, as I thought he was going to double that one in, but he will save that one away, keep his team alive in this game number 1. But can they surge their own life back into it? Lifeless front and center, back over, but it will be saved out. Meaty Pig, the GM, trying to lead by example here, but KDJ not allowing anything on this attacking side, and are looking to send it cross court, looking to take game number 1, and they will do just that. KDJ Royal, starting at how they finished the last series, are looking to, I guess, surge this upper bracket run to greatness. Lower bracket.
I mean, but what a goal line stand there in the waning seconds of that one. Everybody getting involved, everybody from Serene throwing in shots too, but it just remains out. KDJ, very impressive performance from them. Pairs really stepping up to the occasion here. 2 goals, 2 saves, and recording a majority, if not all, of their shots here in game 1.
You know, great that you mentioned Pairs. Pairs such an impactful player here in the Charlie division, and you know, it was a bit of a mid-season roster change that came through for this KDJ team. Pairs previously on that illusory team, who tried to essentially run back what they did last season, where they pretty much went undefeated apart from one game in league play, and went on to destroy the playoffs to win the tier. They tried to pretty much run it back this season as well. Didn't quite work out. Roster changes were made. Pairs went over to KDJ, and well, since then they've started to find some success. So will that be enough to get past the might that is Team Serene here, or will they fall here in top 6? It's time to find out the next chapter in this tale. We'll head on to Forbidden Temple, and we'll see if Team Serene can respond, or if KDJ are going to go up 2-0 in the series.
Well, for Serene, again, some people's favorites here across the talent to win Chally. Right now, they need to show that they have what it takes. We'll see Vortex here trying to win out a battle against Rallinator. Buddha not going to be able to follow this one downfield. Does manage to come back down, though. Still gets a 50 against Meaty Pig, but with that touch, it's not going to go in his favor. It causes a bit more defense to be played here on the side of KGJ until Buddha will eventually get a nice boom downfield.
Yeah, some good defense here from Team Serene in the early stages, but booming that ball away, handing over the possession, although it's not much contest for it. It seems like KDJ are almost, I guess, inviting Team Serene into their defensive little corner that they've got going on. Pairs trying to get that touch there, but quite able to find the angle that he quite wanted. And it will head back over to Vortex, who's not going to be able to beat out Lifeless. Team Serene looking to control the midfield here. and then look to get their attack together. But you know, everyone was pretty low boost on that attack, and it will have to be a bit of a retreatal to try and fill up their resources and get it back over to Lifeless. Meaty Pig in for the shot, and Team Serene, once again, just like last game, have claimed themselves the early lead.
And just as you said, like last game, we've seen this before here. And it's a great shot from Meaty Pig to get Serene on the board first. But the real question comes down to this now. Can they hold on to it, or is KDJ going to work their way back into this one? You know, they shook off the nerves in the first game. It looks like maybe here in the second one, they're going to be swamped once again by Meaty Pig as he takes a unlucky bounce there. Lifeless instant challenging as well to set this up.
I think that might be the literal definition of a Brexit tackle there from Lifeless in the skies. And I mean, Team Serene are most certainly not phased by that game number one. They're looking to try and reproduce that success that they've already found in the first opening minutes, but it will take a little bit more potentially to get past this Royal team, and that's going to come in the form of withstanding the attack that you know is coming. Meaty Pig opts to take his time on that one, and it will be Lifeless who bumps Butter out of the way to try and get back on this offense. And Team Serene look like they're in pretty good stead to walk away with this one, but I'm not gonna quite say it's unlosable just yet. We've seen crazy things happen today, and I mean, I wouldn't put it past it to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, with Hodge and I on the cast, you never really know. We saw a 4-0 lead turn into a loss. So, hey, you got to keep your mind open. We'll see Vortex here trying to get a pitch pass. Does get a second touch. That was very phenomenal. Ralinator, though, trying to clear the midline pairs. That's been the impact player. Gets to the boot up, but what a save there from Meaty Pig, using the top of the crossbar as an assist there. And for now, this lead remains intact for Serene.
Well, Team Serene have still continued to hold that 2-goal lead. How are they going to be able to fight back? How is KDJ going to be able to fight back? Excuse me. And see if they can get this to a little bit more of an even state. Butter playing that 50. We'll go over to Vortex. Butter having to sprint over to the sidewall for this one. And KDJ, it's not looked quite as connected as it did last game here. Borky, that's for sure. But Team Serene have certainly made the adjustments, made the improvements, sending Lifeless to the backboard, looking to find that double, and what a double it would have been, but it's not going to be that easy, and it certainly wasn't.
Ooh, came very close there. Would have been one for his highlight reel as well. Pairs has to beat out Lifeless there. Does manage to do so. However, Ralinator has been positioned really well here on the pitch. They find themselves in the most opportune times in every occasion, and as a result, they do find the third goal here for Team Serene.
3-0 here for Serene. KDJ, it's not been the same story that they had in game number one. It might be a bounce back that they're looking at. And, you know, we saw this in the last series as well, where Deathclad had a 4-0 lead. But that 4-0 lead was not with 1 minute left. And it might only be 3, but it might be 4 very soon. And it is. There we go. Lifeless just continuing to extend this one. And Borky, I'd call this one over. I think this one's unlosable. I'm going to say it. The magic wand has been waved. The spell has been casted. And Team Serene look like they're closing this one out.
See, with the amount of time left in this game, I want to agree with you, just especially the way that Team Serene has been playing as well. They've been, I mean, the first game, 2 of KDJ's goals came from just that mid line of pairs just lofting a goal towards net, and it happened to fall in. But it seems they learned from their mistakes because they're playing so much farther back. They have that third man just ready at all times to put a shot on net or just to collect the ball before it can even allow any offense to really develop here for Royals. And I mean, right now they're just absolutely bombarding this net. A suffocating offense is developing before our eyes. And when this happens, it just kills more of that clock, and you don't really have an opportunity to get out and get an equalizer. Pairs, though, see, again, trying to shoot from midfield, but Meaty Pig's back and waiting.
Certainly is. And I mean, you just got to look forward to game number 3 at this point, right? It's essentially tied in the series. And if you are the likes of KDJ, what do you do after this, right? It feels like Team Serene have awoken in game number 2, and KDJ haven't really had a say. And the timer will tick down to 0. Ball's going to hit the ground at some point. With it, be it a 5th goal or not, and it turns out we're not going to get one, it will be that tied situation. And Borky, I want to ask you here, I want to ask, what did you see in that game that was different to game number 1, both from Serene and from KDJ? Because that was a completely different, game to what we watched in the first one. And I just want to know, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think the main difference is that KDJ didn't make any real adjustments. It feels like Team Serene kind of figured out what they were going for there. I mean, I talked about they were playing that third man back a little bit farther. And when they did that, it just allowed Serene to instantly deny any of those pair shots that he would try to put on. But also, I mean, KDJ wasn't really taking too much possession when they were trying to get it downfield. The counterattacks kind of fizzled out, and Serene just really put their foot down on the gas pedal on offense.
Yeah, well, we will have to quickly do a lobby remake because one of the teams is not able to join the match, unfortunately, and then we will hopefully look to get that answered. Is if this KDJ team can fight back from what was a very dominant game number 4 from the side of Team Serene. But Team Serene, are they going to be able to continue forwarding that consistency? We'll find out. But that was certainly a very different game than what we just saw there, and in the first one. And as we're remaking the lobby here, and we are all in a different game. I think I'm in a different game to the one that Chebs is in, because there's only 3 people in this one, so we'll get things reset one way or another. But yeah, Borky, I just think looking at the stats there, Meaty Pig, a standout player in that one, certainly.
Oh, yeah, Meaty Pig was, I mean, I don't want to take credit away from Loifless's beautiful passes that he got in, but just how Meaty Pig was like playing around his teammates the entirety of that game just set himself up countless times to be in that striking position. And then even on defense as well, that he was that third man that I was talking about that was playing back. He wasn't allowing KDJ any real opportunities to get downfield. And whenever they did, he was just instantly sending it to a teammate that was waiting on one of the side walls.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking to get this one back up and ready to go very, very shortly and get the next match loaded up. But just going to quickly buy our time and, talk about what this match means to both of these teams, right? They've played for so long here across the season, 9 weeks, and it's such a shame to go out in this form, especially if it was for Team Serene, right? Having lost their upper bracket game after such a good play-in match that they played, losing this one and then to go ahead and lose in the lower bracket as well, it wouldn't be the ending that they would want to have here. But I mean, it's about how you turn it around. It's about how you use your perseverance in the playoffs to try and get you more and more series. And as a reminder, a winner of this will secure top 4. But I think the 2 standout players, for me in this series, or not in terms necessarily of the gameplay, but more so the vibe side of things, would be going to be Meaty Pig and Buddha, the 2 players with the cameras, the 2 players who, know what it's like to be in that leadership role. Obviously, Buddha been here for a while, Meaty Pig, the GM for Team Serene. Both of them know what it's like to lead, and I want to see them both take charge here, leading their teams as we head into game number 3, just keeping that mental high, making sure that nobody is tilting, and making sure that both of these teams are staying locked in to try and get away with a victory here for either side, and some early pressure already for Serene, Borky.
Yeah, I mean, Serene just trying to leave off exactly where they left that game too, and it's Ralinator trying to get a double there, does place that one a bit high, allows Vortex here trying to get us downfield. Loifless, big touch here, can't flip it around too. Buddha's just going to slow things down a little bit. We'll take 250s here in the midfield, a little bit of a challenge comes out. Vector putting this towards net, but still, nothing has really broken through here until this one, maybe. Vortex's shot is saved out by Ralinator. And we're seeing a lot more life here from KDJ, but they have to be careful for these counterattacks.
Oh, they absolutely do, right? Counterattacks can be so devastating. And Lifeless looking to try and throw this on the back wall. Doesn't have a double. Fakes it for Rolander. And Team Serene looking pretty solid so far. But like you mentioned, just got to watch those counterattacks. And the same can be said for both teams here. Just to make sure that they're not getting a little bit too, I guess, confident there. But Lifeless, speak of confidence. And he appears on your screen.
Man, what a pass down from Meaty Pig as well, and then Lifeless hitting the gym, some weight room behind that 50, forcing it through. And Serene, well, all 3 games they've gotten the first goal. The first one didn't really pan out in their favor since that, but they bounced back, they regained, and they took game 2 in such a commanding fashion. And it's going to be a matter of time here before Meaty Pig just sends an absolute missile towards net and increases Team Serene's lead.
Yeah, Team Serene looking to try and walk away with game number 3 in the same fashion that game number 2 was, but still a long time away from that, and still pushback to be had potentially from KDJ. Pairs up for it. Been such a crucial player in RSC for this team since he joined, but now it's going to be Vortex. He puts it in field. Pairs on that 50, floating off of that back wall. Buddha looking to slot it, but it will be over to Rolander. Gets it out to the side, and Lifeless quite happy to take charge of collecting it. You know, the ideas are there here from KDJ, but the defense, the offense, the everything fence is here. The fence is being put up from Serene.
Most definitely. Vortex, though, sends us downfield. We'll see Pairs collecting us off this left-hand side. Well, does get it in, but Meaty Pig already up to contest that one. Rollinator sends it towards net. Vortex has to beat out the foot race there against Lifeless, who is hunting him down. That's one thing that's also really stood out, is that Team Serene have been bringing more physicality. They've already collected a couple demos here in this game. They did in the previous one as well. And, I mean, with Meaty Pig just hitting these caliber of shots and always being right place, right time, it feels like once again Team Serene could run away with this. Oh my god, that pass.
It was a great shot as well, but that pass was immaculate coming through as well. And, you know, KDJ just don't have a read on Serene. They're just too much of a different vibe here, too much of a different team. And they are just running them over, it seems, here. Not just in game number 3, but it's now starting to get into the conversation of the series as well, right? You win this, it's match point. One more game to send you to the top 4. KDJ, they need to dig deep somehow. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see more of that former life that KDG brought out in that first game. I mean, they looked a lot more in control. They were looking for these passing plays, but it feels like since game 2, it just kind of fizzled out. Maybe just a little bit too much confidence from game 1, or Team Serene just were underestimating their opponent a little bit, so now they've stepped up their level of play. But we'll have to see. I need Pairs to step up, because he was that game changer in game number 1, and if he can get himself clicking here, he might have an opportunity to at least give a little hope to KDJ.
Well, we will certainly see. Lifeless to the back wall will be guarded by Buddha, who just looks to play this slow, but the demo comes through. It's difference, right? You know, KDJ seem a little bit nervous, a little bit happy on their low resources to take things slow. Serene, they want to pick up the pace. They want to drain this time off of that clock and, well, continue to score some more goals at the same time in doing so. Bit of an overcommit here on the side, but never mind. I thought Pairs was good. I don't like some of these cars that, you know, the org decals. It messes with my head a little bit here. But Lifeless trying to get right back into the attack here for Serene. Meaty Pig want to get that one over to the back wall, and you know, it's just routine from Serene here. They're just looking to try and run down this timer, and well, succeeding pretty well in it, I'd say, Borky.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just kind of parking that bus, playing a nice game of can we kill this clock for for the Royals here. It's just going to be probably the quickest 30 seconds of their life as they try to get at least one goal to answer this dominant performance here from Team Serene. I mean, they've been kept out in this game. I believe they might have gotten one in the game before this, but a majority of these goals from Serene have been unanswered, and as these waning seconds just tick away, Meaty Pig's going to take us up here, maybe get a pass in, Vortex is going to break it up. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because now Serene are sitting on match point.
Now they are indeed looking to send themselves to the top four, looking to close this one out for sure. And it's in destructive fashion as well. Once again, Meaty Pig, the MVP of the game. Meaty Pig, by the way, can I just talk about Meaty Pig for a second? He's come alive today. I mean, I've seen Meaty Pig play before, but he's playing really well here. And Team Serene are looking scary when they come online. Looks like they need a little bit of warm-up time, but when they come online, it's just over. It's just over for anyone else, and you're going to need someone to step up here for KDJ because, it feels like people sort of are, but sort of aren't at the same time, right? You've got glimmers of hope. You've got Vortex with almost 500-point game. But what I'm noticing here for KDJ is the defense, whatever, it's all right. One shot for the entire 5-minute game. You need more than that.
Yeah, it just feels like they're getting a couple looks there, but they just don't really have any real substance behind it. It just kind of loft a shot towards net, hope it goes in, maybe cross your fingers a little bit. But I want to see more of those creative plays that we saw from them in game number 1. KDJ have all the potential. They've been having a phenomenal playoff run here, both in play-ins and here now. So if they can just, collect themselves, get some of that momentum back here, and if they can take the first goal, which will be a difference from those first 3, I think that they have a better chance. And maybe throw in a little bit of physicality, throw in some bumps, try to give Team Serene a taste of their own medicine for how they've been disrupting your play.
Time to find out. We're going to get game number 4 started here, and it could be, well, it is do or die for KDJ, but is it their last vestige here in the RSC? It's certainly looking like it, because Lifeless and Rolanda are they're just not having it. They're just different. They're just destroying your backlines, and Pairs can't do anything but stare and watch as the first goal goes the way of Serene.
Well, 4 games in a row now that Serene have taken the early goal here. And I mean, they've just built off of that time and time again. That first game, yes, KDJ did come away with it. But since then, Serene, they just seem to be playing so much better when they are ahead. And Meaty Pig trying to follow that one. Ralinator just needs to tap it down. Not a lot of speed behind that one. Sets up Vortex for a nice save, who, again, Vortex has been a save demon this game, but it kind of speaks for the level of pressure that Serene has had and how many shots they've been producing.
Definitely. And now could this be the opportunity that KDJ need? Pairs finally the battering ram to bring KDJ back in with a chance. A lovely setup there from Vortex. And as Rolanda and Meaty Pig tried as they might, they could not keep Pairs from getting that one and tying up this game. I think a crucial goal there from KDJ, right? They've been goalless for quite a while, so to get that one back on the board, certainly, I guess, going to give themselves hope.
Yeah, it's a bit of a relaxer for KDJ. You can score again. It opens up some of that confidence. That floodgate is now unleashed. And it especially with Pairs, who, again, was that standout player in game 1, if they can reproduce that here, they might have an opportunity. Meaty Pig, though, big demo. Buddha was also being charged down. Lifeless' shot, though, is saved by Pairs, who got back. Nick of time, Meaty Pig. Oh, my goodness. Almost hit that one, but Buddha did read the play before it fully developed.
Yeah, I'm impressed from Team Serene on these attacks. They've just got to be careful of these counter attacks, and well, they've got to be thanking their lucky stars that wasn't a shot on target. Otherwise, it would have really been an unfortunate situation for them. But still, loads of time to work with for both of these teams. Rolanda sent back to try and secure this one, but it will be Meaty Pig who bounces it over at the top and beats out his opponent. Lifeless getting right back on the attack. Back over to Meaty Pig, and well, looking to see what Serene can do here as Lifeless tries to put it top shelf, but Meaty Pig gonna get that one tapped over his head. KDJ looking scary on this attack, but not scary enough, it seems.
Pairs, though, gets a beautiful touch there that puts the ball in center field, but it is This quick, serene defense, quick counterattacks, and oh my goodness, how has this one been kept out? It took a little bit of help there from the woodwork, but Vortex was able to squeak it out in the nick of time. Meaty Pig trying to get it back here for Team Serene, but it's Buddha that collects us around the sidewall. Pairs, foot race against Rollinator. Rollinator wins that out. Meaty Pig getting possession here. Vortex needs to win that 50, and he does.
2.5 minutes. Or just under left for KDJ to make their mark. Send us the distance here to this game number 5. Reminder, we are still in best of 5 territory until we get to that top 3. And Meaty Pig will be put in a situation there to save that one. It's a fake coming through from Lifeless to allow Meaty Pig to continue to attack in Serene. They don't want to see a game number 5. They want to see this one over here and now, but still a couple of goals potentially, and you know, a little bit of time away from doing just that. And if they go back on the attack, they look to try and get that one in field. It will be sent to the other side though. Meaty Pig should have a free touch. It will be him getting taken off the field for it though, for his good measure. And okay, we're still fine. We're still fine here, KDJ. I was about to be questioning things, but still good. They get back in time to make that save, and to be honest, Borky, this one could go either way, and, well, it certainly could have gone KDJ's way there, but it just did not.
Well, it's definitely getting a lot more scary here on both sides of the pitch for either of these teams. You don't really know which way this ball is going to fall, who's going to make that first missed touch that could cause disaster. And with a minute remaining, starting now, you have to wonder, is this next goal going to potentially call game? Both of them are just kind of stuck in the stalemate here now. Rollinator trying to get Meaty Pig here. He is a little bit far back, allows Pairs into play. This one, long clear. Buddha does have a lot of boost, but luckily for him, it's not too high on target, and he can just drive it aside.
Well, Serene, try and disarray some of this defense, but not to any avail just yet, really. Couple of more opportunities though. Meaty Pig gonna rise up for this, so he's gonna drop it down. No teammate in sight though, so Buddha will pick it up. KDJ looking like they need something here. This is their attack. This is Buddha looking for a redirect back over to Pez, who might have just called for game number 5, and the man who was that crucial player last season in running through the Challenger division now looks to be the crucial player once again in sending KDJ the distance this series. They're going to look for game number 5, but Team Serene, they have that pressure already off this kickoff, and Rolander looks to try and find that double. It will go over to Vortex though, and Borky, let's see if anything's going to happen, or is this going to be game number 5?
Ooh. We will have to just wait out these remaining seconds, and with nobody around for Team Serene, it is Game 5. Champions Field awaiting for us, Hodge. And, I mean, we have to remember the stakes here. This is the lower bracket. A loss here means elimination from playoffs. You don't have a second chance. I mean, Team Serene's already used theirs, and now they're looking at a Game 5. This one very reminiscent of game 1 as well. It's Pairs with the 2 goals that puts KDJ in that prime position, and I can't wait to see how this one's about to play out.
No timeouts called from either side. Both teams happy to get right into the action and see what happens here. But I mean, it's essentially putting all of your season that you've worked hard for across 9 weeks all into one game of Rocket League under the big lights here. And it may be where champions are crowned, but that's not what these two teams are fighting for. They're fighting to stay alive and make it towards the top 4, make it towards a date with either Deathcloud or Berserkers. And as I have a glance over to the B stream, it looks like Deathcloud will be the opponent of whoever wins this next game, number 5. Berserkers knocked out just as I say it right there. And Deathcloud bouncing back, but can Serene do the same after their lower bracket dropped down? And their loss over to Shadow. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to 5 minutes of Rocket League before your season could be over. So give it everything you've got and show the Challenger division why you belong in the top 4.
When it's on champion field, what a more fitting place where legacies are made, and it's time to see who here in Challenger wants to make a legacy for themselves. It's 5 minutes here, potentially overtime to decide it. Rallynator trying to get Serene started up hot, and it's Meaty Pig that collects. And in typical fashion, Team Serene strike first once again.
They do. It is the quick goal from Serene. And for the 5th time in a row, they strike first. But will it be for the 3rd time this series that they close it out as winners? Still a lot of time before we can start talking about that. And let's see if they're able to cook this pressure up. Buddha over the top of Lifeless. Meaty Pig to sort of swoop it to the side. Certainly been my MVP here so far this series, but going to have to do some more work to become the winner and move forward in the bracket. Buddha out to that side wall. KDJ looking to see what they can do to find a counter-attack. Buddha has a free touch. It will be over to Rolanda, though, to play it over to his teammate in Lifeless. And KDJ looking like they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit here as it goes infield to Pairs, but Rolanda out to the side.
Yeah, we're seeing some offense here from KDJ, but there's not really too many threatening shots developing behind it. This one, a big mistouch allows a shot in there from Rolander, and Buddha has to struggle back to get that save against Meaty Pig's shot. Meaty Pig, again, you said your series MVP. I have to agree with you, just the amount of impact they've had. They've already recorded 2 shots here and that first goal, and they haven't looked back since. Lifeless puts this one towards middle. Rolander tried to get the shot, but won't be able to connect. It's some good defense coming out here from KDJ, but they have to hold on, and they have to break out of this pressure soon.
It's also a double commit, and they're griefing each other, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it's happened a couple of times there in the past 10 seconds, and thank goodness they were able to get that clear and alleviate that pressure, or things could have started to spell bad news. Rolander, though, to a free touch, tries to find his teammate, but it's a little bit of a rushed clear, and Pairs will happily intercept. Meaty Pig gonna not be able to get on the end of that one because Pairs is there, because KDJ is there, because Pairs is looking to try and double reset his way into a tied situation, but that's not going to happen at this level. Meaty Pig trying to find his teammate, will find the end of Pairs' Fennec, though. And, I mean, KDJ, you've got players here looking to try and drag this team over the line, but Team Serene, they're saying no, they're saying we want this top 4. I think Pairs, with that bump, makes his thoughts and feelings very clear here, though, Borky.
Oh my goodness, Lifeless coming up huge here for Team Serene to try to put this game even farther out of reach. Gets that big clearance downfield. Vortex can't get behind that touch, can't get the save, and of course Lifeless is just going to follow his own play downfield, make sure that he can secure it. And for KDJ, they've recorded 6 shots here, but none of them have really been too threatening here for Team Serene. They need to get a bit more creative here, and as we're now south of halfway through this game, where they're gonna need to start developing something soon. We're gonna need to see this man here that's going for a solo play get them on the board, and with a shot that comes in from Buddha, we might be back in a little bit more of an equal term.
It might just be Buddha looks to try and drag KDJ across this line, but that line is still 2 minutes and a couple of goals away from success. Will they have a redemption story here in game number 5 where they come back and beat down Serene? Or will Serene just take over? It's time to find out. So go back on the attack here for Serene, where it feels like we've seen about 90% of this game played in, and KDJ's successes have often come from some of these counter-attacks. Team Serene not always being, aware of some of their surroundings, some of their opponent's surroundings, and being caught off guard a couple of times. Lifeless, though, should have a free touch. That'll pop this one up. Looking to continue it. Vortex is actually going to just drop it down to Lifeless and say, there you go, mate, here's a pass. And now Rolander looking to try and get on the end of it. But to be honest, Borky, it's not quite working out how Serene usually, navigate these attacks. They've now got to try and go back on the end of it, but they still hold this lead.
I mean, KDJ's defense has really stepped up to the occasion here. Meaty Pig puts a shot towards target. It just goes a little bit wide, keeps that deficit only 1 here. Vortex has to beat out Rolander there on the touch. Will fall into the midfield. Meaty Pig tries to find Loifless there. Quick shot comes out, but Vortex just barely able to squeak that one out still. It's going to be a quick counterattack that's instantly shut down. And Serene, they're just going to hope to play maybe a game of keep away here because they are leading here in game 5.
Certainly are. Lifeless going to guide it back, trying to avoid any bumps and demos, but it's such a difficult task when you've got 3 players charging you down with their hopes, their dreams, their season on the line. Vortex not able to get on the end of that, and it will be a double commit. The desperation is there. It is visible. But Team Serene are 10 seconds away from moving forward to the top 4, shutting down KDJ, shutting down any chance of a lower bracket run. And have they found that open? Yes, they have. Lifeless breathed new life into Team Serene in the final couple of seconds and might just give them some more life in this tournament as well.
For Serene, a team that was a bit devastating from dropping from the upper bracket, they're going to be breathing a huge sigh of relief. It's Lifeless with 2 massive goals here in game 5 to put them away. Buddha's last-ditch attempt just for a little bit of consolation is denied as well. And Team Serene in game 5 will be advancing through the lower bracket.
They will be. What a series, by the way, to, really just show that this tier is here to play. Team Serene making it to the top 4. And, I mean, there's a stat I want to pull up before we go to a break later on, but I'll save that for a little bit of time because we've got to talk about our match stats. I mean, Rolander, Lifeless, Meaty Pig, all impactful players in their own right there, but we've got to talk about a series MVP as well, and we'll get to that one in a second because we've got to talk about the overall series stats here. And I mean, Borky, overall, close one, in terms of the actual series as a whole. But Team Serene just had the pressure, and whenever they came online, it really felt like it was impossible to break through.
Yeah, I mean, Team Serene almost doubling the amount of shots that KDJ was able to put on. I mean, they've had a majority of that ball possession. It just felt like whenever they got themselves into a good rhythm, they could just create an absolutely unrelenting offensive attack. And that paid out in games 2 and 3, where they won in really dominant fashion. KDJ, though, you do have to give them props. Their defense, that was on a whole another level that kept at least game 4 and 5 as close as it was.
Yeah, well, we've got to talk about our series MVP as well as we move on to that and find out who made the difference on the pitch. Unsurprisingly, it is, the player that you and me and a lot of people in chat, the Serene squad, certainly here to show their support. Meaty Pig, your series MVP. What a series from Meaty Pig, by the way. I mean, it really felt like he was there. He was dominating, and I mean, you can see the Team Serene squad in chat. Pigus is certainly there showing his support as well. Previous AGM for the team, wanting to see his friends succeed, and I mean, it must be so good to see this team's improvement, right? Because they got knocked down by Shadow in that upper bracket, but the bounce back, the resilience is there from Serene, and they are able to make it forward to that top 4 here. But I want to bring up a stat, and more so the predictions again, the caster predictions, because there's one member of talent, I believe, at least, I'm not sure if there's any more, who has got precisely all of the predictions correct here so far that they have made. That is Archeon. There is another one as well. It is Satao. I'm trying to see if there's any more. It looks like... No, it looks like that is it. It looks like it's Archeon and Satao who are currently perfect on predictions. But, I mean, Archeon just seems to be the... it just seems to be that person when it comes to predictions here. I don't know what it is, but... every single tier so far, Borky, he's got the top 2 correct in predictions, and is doing pretty good across the top 4 as well. So, I mean, yeah, it's looking pretty good for the casters who know ball. For some of us who don't, like myself, not so good. But in terms of today as a whole, we've still got a lot more cooking. Can we bring up that playoff bracket one more time, just to show where we stand in terms of the day and what we've got coming forward here, Borky?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some very phenomenal matches here. A lot of unpredictability in regards to how certain games ended up playing out, alluding to that Owls and Atmos game. But I mean, just across the board, it's been phenomenal. Def Cloud, they're recovered from their lower bracket drop, and so did Team Serene, and they'll be looking to face off one another there. Eclipse and Owls, that's coming up. That upper final is potentially a grand final preview because a lot of teams have both of these teams to make it into the grand final. So keep yourself around. Make sure you refill your snacks and get some more drink if you need, because we have a lot more action coming up just right around the corner.
We absolutely do. And we've got the best of sevens in terms of the mainstream coming up. It is going to be a good one here, Borky, because the best of fives, there's still one more on the B stream. That is going to be your lower bracket game of Serene taking on Death Cloud. But if you want to be here with the best of sevens, you want to be on the mainstream, because next up we have got Owls taking on Shadow, and it is the two titans that people expected, the two titans that people wanted to see here. But will we get who will come out on top? Excuse me. It's time to find out after the break.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_. struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will cater to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Well, it seems that RSC can't get rid of me, and they also can't get rid of two teams who have made their names in the upper bracket so far. Shadow and Owls is going to be your upper bracket finalists, and well, Char, I mean, two of these teams who are two of the favourites to win it. It probably is the most predictable tier this season out of all of RSC. One of those teams has a sub up in Onesie who has certainly made some impact. So maybe give us the rundown on some of these teams before we start talking about bracket and stuff like that.
Yeah, Owls, the first seed coming out of the Ignis conference, and Shadow, I believe, the first seed coming out of Glacies as well. Yes, okay, we get confirmed by the team stats there. This is the battle of the first seeds in the upper final. You always love to see that, and the stats look fairly even, although on the Owls side there is quite a few more goals for, so they have quite a better goal difference because they have very similar goals against, so maybe Owls looking like the stronger team coming into this, but that being said, they do have 2 less wins, so I think that kind of balances it out, and this one is looking to be a bit of a coin flip here, Hodge.
It certainly is, and we will have a look at some of our player stats as well. And, you know, these player stats, right, there's been players who've made the difference, but I don't think there's not been a lot that's made the difference more than Onesie coming into Shadow, right? Onesie, it doesn't actually have his stats on this page because he's a sub up from the Prospect Shadow roster, but has come in and played like, honestly, the MVP of the tier. Expecting to see some big things from him and Shadow, but also on the side of Owls, you've got the likes of Sam Dusk, the likes of Yak, who just seem to have this pop-off potential here on the side of Owls, and I can't wait to see you know, who's going to come alive here, Char, who's going to bring the impact that is needed in a match like this, a best of 7 out of the best of 5 territories here on the mainstream. But we need to have a look at our playoff bracket as well. We just touched on it beforehand as well before we came back from this break, but last series we saw KDJ dismissed by Serene, who bounced back from their, drop to the lower bracket. Same can be said for Deathcloud, also responding and taking down a Berserkers roster who was looking very strong. And Chart, we're left with our top 4 here. the top four that, you know, a lot of people predicted we would have right now. But I mean, in terms of our predictions, let's move forward to the caster predictions and maybe walk us through what it's looking like across the board here, Char, because we've got Archeon with the perfect predictions, right? But what's going on apart from that? What's happening?
Yeah, a lot. You see those first 6 predictions all being that top 3 of Owls, Shadow, and Deathcloud, which is looking like it could very well be the case. 2 of those already locked in as the top 2. A lot of people having Owls and Shadow as the top 2. Only 3 of them not having that, including you, Hodge, who has had neither of them in the top 2, and have both of them 5th to 6th, actually.
Have you heard the story behind this?
I have not, I have not.
So the story behind this is I asked a random Academy player. I say random. I asked an Academy player, and you know this, Char, because I was keeping twos with him last night. I asked him. He has no full knowledge of Charlie whatsoever. I said to him, I need to do my predictions for tomorrow. I want to do the fun predictions and not make it boring, because I knew everyone else would do boring predictions because it's a very predictable tier. I said, tell me who you think's going to win, and that was what we came out with. So my actual predictions here are probably going to be a little bit different, but we'll see. But speaking of predictions, we've got to make our predictions, Char, because we've got a game to get started, and we've got to get started as soon as possible here. Who have you got in this matchup?
I think this matchup is first seed versus first seed. I think it could go either way. There's a lot of difference makers on both teams. But just on the day, I am going to give it 4-2 in the favor of Owls.
Yeah, Owls did look very, very strong in their matchup beforehand, right, against Deathcloud. They pretty much destroyed them, and they showed great resilience in doing so. Serena had a little bit, more pushback when they played against Shadow, but I still think Shadow's peak, in my opinion, is above Owls' peak. So for that reason, I'm going to put Shadow taking down Owls in a 4-2 series here to go to the grand finals as that upper bracket team. But Owls, I mean, you know, they're also a strong force, and I can absolutely see them taking it as well. It's going to be a close one, but I mean, it's gonna be cinema nonetheless. I hope here, Char. We get the 2 top teams in Shally matching up for the first time this season, potentially the last as well. But who will be sent to that lower bracket, and who will be moving to the grand finals? It's time to get this one underway, because the players, they're on the field. We're ready. Everybody's ready. So let's tell them to go, 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 and we'll kick off this best of 7.
It's always great to see that first seed versus first seed matchup, especially in that upper final. Both teams making it through their first match to get to where they belong and looking to get one step closer to that trophy. And this starts here with Akmo coming forward off the wall, tries to pass it into the middle. Yak, a bit awkward there. Akmo to the backboard, but Onesi's right there with it. Now Mr. Efficiency to the sidewall. No boost, beat out by Sam. Yak now up for it, manages to beat out nothing. Onesie now has to get the touch, but does so really nicely. Sam can come at that from quite a way away, and nothing can just clear that one right down the other end. And neither team really getting a footing on this ball, but that one goes right across the middle, and maybe an opportunity for Shadow, but it goes begging.
Most certainly does. And, well, Owls looking to see if they can place a counter-attack here. But to no avail so far. We've run it down the wall there by Hung. And Mr. Efficiency up for this. GM of the team. Going to try and lead his team by example. But down the other side, the counter-attack coming through. Onesie redirect save. Back into the meat grinder it goes, though. And I'm noticing a bit of a lack of backboard pressure here from Shadow. If Owls are able to get their ducks in a row, there is areas that can be capitalized on here. And, well, maybe Yak can find them.
Yeah, Owls having a lot of that early pressure, but nothing too concrete here, Shadow. They cannot let them keep just setting up shop in their half. Onesie a backflip there, but maybe he'll be able to get to this ball. Looks for the shot onto the backboard. Who's there for it? Yak manages to clear it away. Now taking it forward, gets the 100 boost, takes it low under efficiency really nicely, but Onesie should be able to get this one. Goes for the ceiling, but misses it, and Hung manages to bail him out. Now Sam on his backboard. Akmo leaves it out. Sam again over efficiency really nicely. Yak to the backboard, but Onesie right there to collect this one, and now can't quite get that air dribble on it, but Akmo cannot get the touch either, and neither team really managing to show the control and the consistency and the potency that got them both the first seed. It feels like nothing's really coming off for either team, but that's a big
Oh.
boom. That one might be just be floating all the way in. And Sam, out of absolutely nothing, opens the scoring.
Sam and a little bit of help from Onesie as well. Pinch downfield, and Shadow have themselves. Owls have themselves the lead. And I believe the overlay might be a little bit wrong with that one. It is Owls who take the lead, and it seems that everybody on the overlay is playing for the opposite team. But I mean, you know what? It means everybody wins, right, Char? And in this case, Sam Dusk is winning as he puts in a second one for Owls. Don't get misled.
Yeah, we'll hopefully be able to get that sorted as soon as possible. But for now, we're just gonna have to make. Hopefully, everyone has their audio on and is able to hear us correct them and don't think that Shadow's actually winning this. But Owls managing to get those 2 quick goals to put them in the lead. And now Akmo trying to add a third. That one's over the defender. Yak is there, dunked into the middle. Can Sam get on the end of this? He can, but only as far as the post. Can't quite turn that one in. Owls more pressure here off the backboard. Mr. Efficiency trying to get it out, but only as far as Sam. Gets a really nice 50 there, though. Yak right back down the other end, but only as far as Hung. Onesie on the sidewall, puts it into the middle. Hung's there again. Not really much pressure on the backline here from Owls. Need to pressure the ball a little bit faster, but they've got it out with a nice flick. And now Yak the speed, Yak the shot, and Yak gets a third here for Owls.
Certainly will. Owls looking to take this game in dominant fashion here. 3-0 up over Shadow. And we will see how things are going to go, because right now, game number 1 is a destruction so far. 2 minutes still remaining. Chances still for Shadow to come alive once. What is that? Doesn't quite score it. But my goodness, you felt that you sort of feel like Shadow can still pull this off with those sort of chances. But right now, that's not going to be happening.
Yeah, Onesie, a player that has those mechanics and can make stuff happen, but you do gotta watch the backline after a chance like that, and they couldn't do so on that occasion. Owls, they shouldn't throw this away now, but there is still time for Shadow, but they need to go quickly. Eclipse need a fast response here. Hung can't get the touch on that. Onesie, no boost. Akma with the pre-jump. Disrespectful there, but manages to get away with it. Hung now taking it down the other end. Akma wipes Onesie right off the field, though. Doesn't let him get any of that ball. And Owls, they just need to stall as much time as they can off the clock here. The clock is their best friends, but Eclipse, that every second goes by, is another one closer to the end of this game. And Sam can make it 5 really nicely. All of Owls getting involved in that attack and just swarming Shadow on the backline.
Say the end of this game, but I think the game's already over, to be honest with you. And I think you've just got to take that little bit of extra time to hit that quick reset. Remind yourself this is a long series, best of 7s, right? We're out of that best of 5 territory. And there is still very much chances here for both of these teams throughout the series to come alive. But right here and right now, it does seem to be the Owls show, and Shadow looking to try and turn the story, change the script here, Char. But that script, it's not going to be getting flipped in game number 1. We're going to have to maybe go a little bit more games deeper to try and find that answer.
Yeah, Owls are really strong showing in this game 1, just looking like by far the more complete team here. Shadow maybe a chance at the end, but nothing quite doing for them. Hung is up, but Akmo beats them out, and that's something that's been so impressive for me from this Owls team. It felt like they're in those contested balls in the midfield, it's always an Owls car that gets to that first. Their speed has been really good and really what's been making the difference for me in this game 1. And it has been sending them to a convincing 1-0 lead in this upper final.
Certainly has. Owls are going to walk away with the game 1 victory here, taking down Shadow in the first game of this best of 7. And it's still a long way to go. But Eclipse, I mean, this Shadow Eclipse team, I feel like there's still chances to bring it back. But I think that is quite literally the definition of a one-man show. I mean, you've got Onesie on 480 points. You've got a Hung and Efficiency who certainly need to pick up the pace, but we've got time to really make that happen. For now, we're going to be hitting a quick lobby reset, and because the overlay is still having a little bit of a bug out, and then we will get game number 2 underway. But I think for game number 1, right, Chart, it really felt like it was. For example, Owls just running them over, and Shadow, a little bit of pushback, but not really enough, and they didn't really come together as a team. I want to see Shadow come together as a team because we've seen them do it throughout league play, right? Towards the second half, especially, not seeing that here.
Yeah, and when you're being held to only 2 shots in 5 minutes of Rocket League, it's really not looking great on you. Owls getting 11 shots, whereas Eclipse, as I said, only getting 2 shots onto that Owls net. So really not having much in the terms of pressure. But we do have the overlay now saying Shadow has won. They have not. Owls have won that game 1. As we get the overlay fixed, hopefully soon enough, and back up and running as soon as possible. But whilst we wait, you've just got to really put praise to that Owls performance. Like,
Oh, yeah.
everything that Shadow kind of did wrong was almost because Owls were playing so well and so fast and not really allowing them to get into the game and allowing them to get much going here, Hodge.
Does seem that way. Just waiting for all the players to get themselves loaded in, and then we will get things reset and hopefully get things back in order here, because Char, that was a very dominant game. I'll let you respond to the teams there. They have a couple of questions, but ready to get this one pretty much underway and ready to go. And we will get the players onto the pitch, get things started, because I mean, we've swapped the teams around, we've got the overlay correct, and now we are ready to, I guess, have these teams battle it out, hopefully in a little bit more of a closer affair.
Yeah, we want to see a big step up from this Eclipse team and really challenge Owls here in this upper final, because if the series continues like that, then it's not going to be much of a challenge for this Owls team. But it's a new game of Rocket League, and even if this one doesn't go as well, they do have that timeout, which you would think if this one goes quite like that last one, they would be taking. But that's a long, long time away. We've still got a whole game of Rocket League for Eclipse to turn this around, and they really need to get something here. Hung looking for that shot. Yak manages to save it out. Onesie to the backboard. That one's into the middle. A little bit of a team bump there from Owls, but they won't get punished on it just yet. Yak can't get that one past Hung. A bit of pressure here for Eclipse, but Sam can take that one right down the other end. And just so easy for them to get out of pressure here, Hodge. Owls, they took it down the pitch without anyone really challenging them, and Eclipse, they just cannot hold any kind of pressure here for an extended period of time.
Yeah, doesn't seem that way. That's got to change. Shadow Eclipse on the blue team now, and hopefully ready to carry forward the dominance that was showed from the likes of Owls in the last game. But we'll be over to the back wall, and this is a little bit of an attack starting here for Owls, but it's not really going to warrant anything. It'll be back down to the other side. Demo's coming through, and it should allow the pressure to sort of switch over into a bit more of an Owls possession, but starting to get this attack together. Sam Dusk trying to add a bit of an extra element downfield, but not really finding any success from it. Back over to Owls, though. They get back on the attack. Shadow staying poised on the back wall. And, I mean, Chart overall, it has once again been a little bit of nothing, a little bit of, just, I guess, trading blows, trading shots across the map so far. No one quite able to find the opening goal.
Yeah, nothing really to shout about in this game too so far. Maybe a chance here. Mr. Efficiency coming down, but Yak floating from the heavens, can't get it, and Onesie is just faked out there by Akmo. Akmo did not have the boost to get to that ball, but Onesie was waiting for the touch, and now Akmo coming down the other end can slot that one away. And Eclipse, they finally had that chance, but they couldn't put it away, and on the counter attack, Owls are deadly.
They most certainly are. Owls striking first here on Forbidden Temple and putting Eclipse on at the back foot. Onesie going to try and maybe change that, but it will be back over to Sam Dusk. And it feels, you know, like I mentioned last game, like this team of Shadow just look a little bit disconnected compared to Owls, who just look like they have everything, you know, in the exact right place where they need it to be. They're doing everything correctly. And while they might not be, you know, 5-0 up this time, they're certainly on the road to doing just that. Akmo trying to place the shot, not quite able to. But I think, you know, while they don't have a crazy lead, the pressure has been, you know, pretty brutal. And Shadow struggling to sort of break free from it. And when they do, not really being able to put together much of an attack.
Like you say, it's just been Owls in the driving seat once again in this game, and the scoreline doesn't reflect last game, but maybe hang on, that one might find its way in. So close for Eclipse's first goal of this series, but just hit off the post in a really unfortunate bounce off of that post. And now Sam taking it through the entire team and slotting it away. And Sam gets the ball in his own corner, and it's just so easy for him to dribble it right through the whole Eclipse team and into a seemingly empty net, Hodge.
It most certainly is, Chart, and this team, they just look locked in. Let's see if Shadow can change the narrative, or if Owls are just going to be continuing to walk away with what has been an incredible first couple of opening games for them. Shadow might have a free ball there as Onesie looks to get it down to that corner. Follow-up touch, but get it out to his teammate, Mr. Efficiency, not quite there with a follow-up in time though. We'll head back over to Yak, into Sam Dusk, can't quite place the shot, but they're just quite happy to take these 2 goals, take that lead, and continue to drain more and more time down off that clock.
Mr. Efficiency to the backboard, but Sam's right there. Gets bumped for his efforts though, but still has control. Hung has to challenge this, but just backs off. Shadow so hesitant to challenge. Sam on no boost there. Hung really could have got a challenge in there, but opted to just back off. And with the clock ticking down against Eclipse, they don't really have time to wait. Akmo looking to keep that ball in the Eclipse half. Gets a 50 with Onesie. That one goes high. Hung can get a touch forward. Onesie has the shot here. The redirect is just over the net. 20 seconds left here. Eclipse, they need something. Hung into the middle. Yak can save that one away. Mr. Efficiency looking to keep that pressure on. They need something now, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. And with time ticking away, once again, Owls will take this game. And unless some 0-second shenanigans can happen, they do not. They shut out Shadow for 2 games in a row.
They do. Owls 2-0 up in the series. Shadow need a response soon, but they're just not finding it. They're not finding anything here. And as we have a look at some of our stats here, as we see no call for a timeout from Shadow, it is Owls just walking away with it. And, you know, once again, on the side of Shadow, it's just nothing really. I mean, there's a couple of shots here or there, right? But none of them really felt threatening in this series so far. I'm going to be honest, Char, feels like a bit of a beatdown.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and I said it during the game. I really thought that if another game went so convincingly to the side of Owls, we would see a timeout call, but
oh, there it is.
Nothing.
There it is.
As I was saying that, the caster curse strikes even outside of the game. We do have a timeout call coming through from Shadow, which I think both of us can agree is a wise decision, Hodge.
Certainly is. The 2-minute tactical timeout will be used here by the side of this Shadow team to try and get them back into this one, Char. But I think overall, right, when we look at how these teams have been playing, I mentioned it, and I think the point is really still standing. It's not really changed much. It has just been Shadow who have looked disconnected, and you know, this last game it wasn't even like they had a one-man show with one player really stepping up. It just looked all over the place, and Owls they're playing like a team. They're playing for each other. They're playing for some of these passing plays. Shadow, they might be trying them, but it seems like they don't fully trust each other to the length that Owls do. You're seeing slower follow-ups. You're seeing overcommits, double commits, and Owls it's not really like that. They're just essentially styling on him, and it is just them walking away with this right now, Char. Shadow, they need to sort this one out, and I'm wondering how they're going to do it, because, you know, a lot of people had them, some people had them predicted to go to the grand finals. Most people had Owls predicted to go to the grand finals and become champions here, if you look towards those caster predictions. But I think overall for me, it has been just Owls destroying them so far, and I mean, Owls, in my eyes, clear favourites to win this tier right now. Do you reckon Shadow are maybe going to sort of change that narrative in the next, you know, couple of games, or do you think it's too far gone here and it's just going to be a walk away?
Honestly, I can't really see Shadow getting too much back into this series. Those first 2 games were just so unbelievably convincing on the side of Owls. Shadow didn't really have anything. Owls looked so in control, and I don't really see them throwing that away now. But Shadow have had the time up buff. They have had 2 minutes to talk things out. They have had 2 minutes to change up the strategy here, to try and really get back into this series, and the time for talking is now done, and now they've got to show what they talked about on the pitch. They've got to show that they are here to get this grand final, and they are here to get into to get the trophy in this challenger tier, and they cannot keep performing like this, and that is not the way you want to start it. A goal right off the kickoff for Owls, and if you're Eclipse, yes, it's a kickoff goal, yes, it doesn't mean much, but that's got to be so disheartening right off the timeout to go 1-0 down already.
Yeah, well, while Eclipse were taking that timeout, Acmo was left the match, I'm assuming was sat in training, just keeping warm for that specific reason, coming straight in to game number 3, finding an impact here for Owls. But now it's over to Sam. Dusky's looking to place it, and Shadow, it feels lifeless, to be honest with you, already, and we're only 30 seconds in.
Maybe something happening here, but Yak can get that one and the follow-up, but Onesi's there to challenge it, and now looking for the double. Can't quite get it. Sam, no boost. Looks through the control. Passes into the middle, but Akmo, the backflip hung. Can't really get too much on that ball, and now Yak taking it forward into the corner. Sam 50s it with Hung. Akmo can take this one out. Onesie to the backboard. That one's pinched down into the middle, but no Shadow player is quite close enough, and that one's just rolling into the net, but Hung can get back just in time off his own post. Really nice and composed, but Owls just keep looking so much more threatening. Even when Shadow get on the counterattack, Owls are so good at meeting that ball and not giving Eclipse anything to work with here, and on both offense and defense, just unbelievably impressive from Owls. But now Eclipse, out of seemingly nothing, managed to get their first goal of this game and their first goal of the series, and maybe a turning point here, Hodge.
It's a great pass downfield from Mr. Efficiency, and Hung just there at the right time, in the right place to tap that one in. It's an equalizer. It's Shadow right back in to this one. But now, what are they going to be able to do? It's a demo from Mr. Efficiency. Hung trying to slot it through, and the pieces are coming alive here for Shadow. But still to know a bit what is going on here on the go. What? I don't know what I've just seen there. It looked like 2 people arguing over a parking space, but it still is not enough for Shadow to force that one through. And I mean, on the other side of things, Owls are looking to get right back into the offense.
Yeah, but now it's Shadow coming down the other end. Onesie to the backboard. That should be Sam. Mr. Efficiency maybe a bit eager to jump for that one. Was never really going to win that ball, but that's what you've got to go for here. That one almost find its way in. Maybe that could have been on target. Now Akmo, a bit of an awkward touch. That one's off the crossbar, but it comes out again, and Yak coming from inside the goal. The squishy save somehow manages to keep it out for Owls.
Yeah, keeping it out. Now looking to go down the other side. Mr. Efficiency to Akmo. Back over to Yak, who looks to try and slot it, but the 50 is there from Mr. Efficiency. Shadow holding strong on the defense. Now looking to go cross court. Onesie there for the pass. Looking for that double tap, but it will be taken away And it is over back to Sam Dusk, who has been such a key player in this playoffs for this Owls roster. But now starting to find a little bit of pushback for the first time this series from Shadow. Is it enough, though?
Akmo can't get the clear on that one. That one rolls into the middle. Sam to the backboard, takes it low and then gets a really nice touch, but Hung there to stop Akmo's shot. Now Yak manages to block that one out off the corner. Sam looks for the control, but Mr. Efficiency is right there with it. Yak just throws that one away, but everyone on the field a little bit awkward here, a little bit low boost. Akmo taking it forward, but not enough to do much here. Hung an actually awkward touch there, and Sam can steal that one away. Akmo keeps the pressure on Onesie, has to clear that one away, looking to take it forward, but can't really get much on that ball as way of concrete chances go. Now Sam can't get that one. This one's into the middle. Sam can clear it away. Onesie, touch to the side. Hung can follow it up and get a really high touch. Now Onesie up again, looking for the redirect, but Akmo manages to clear it away, and with just over a minute left, we're still at a deadlock here, and Eclipse looking a bit better here, and maybe try and steal this one away before we go to overtime.
Looking to try and do just that. Onesie's got no boost and will get beat to that one by Sam Dusk, but tap back down to Yak, who's just looking to place it. Front and centre, Owls taking the lead here once again. And what happened there? Sam Dusk threatening the bump, and sometimes the threat is just enough to get it done. I mean, it is the lead regained here by Owls. The pressure from, I guess, this Owls team has been too much to deal with, but Onesie may be trying to swing it back the other way. Just when you started to think it was getting out of hand once again, to be honest, just when I started to lose hope there, Char. Guess who's back in? Guess who is firing the shots down the other side?
Eclipse turned around to Owls and said, if you get a kickoff goal, we'll get a kickoff goal, and respond immediately, but Yak can't quite get that one. Onesie taking it forward, has the boost here, but cannot get the touch he wanted. Now Sam right down the other end. That one's into the ceiling. That's a demo. That one's rolling. Yak cannot connect, but Akmo still has the shot. And even when Yak couldn't do it, no Eclipse defender was ready to get that one. Onesie just charging into his own net, leaving Akmo with the wide open shot. And Akmo will slot that one away to put Owls back in the lead with not much time left.
Not much time left. A miracle. Is it going to happen twice? And that is the question we've got to ask ourselves. Hung, a little bit of pressure on this ball, but we'll get immediately 50'd by Yak. Shut down potentially, but Onesie trying to bring life back into this game. Done it before, but now it's on his teammates. He's not got boosted. It's back over to Hung. Yak trying to play that 50, and it's positive here for Owls. All they need is this ball on the ground, and they're going to do it in emphatic style perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Owls go up 3-0 in the series and put Shadow, I guess, down on quadruple match points here. I mean, Char, this feels unlosable, and if it is, I think it would be probably the greatest comeback I've ever seen here in RSC, but this one, you know, it truly does feel unlosable, and Owls, I think they just look too in sync, they look too in form, they look like they're just not making the mistakes, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, and even though you saw more shots on the side of Eclipse, it still felt like for the majority of that game, Owls were still really in the driver's seat and had that control over the tempo and the flow of the game. And like you said, this is going to be such a mountain to climb here for this Eclipse side. But
If you know, you know.
it's doable. And a reverse sweep is difficult, but it's not unheard of. I believe we saw a best of 7 reverse sweep in the academy tier earlier, and I'm not sure seen a couple. So it's definitely doable, and if there is any team to do it, it's Eclipse. But if there is any team to not let it happen to them, it is Owls. So it's very much a tough task for Eclipse, but they will not go down without a fight here. They will go down swinging, and whatever happens, even if it is a sweep, even if it is a 4-3 in the way of Eclipse, it'll be some entertaining Rocket League.
so far throughout this season, Academy in Team Serene reverse swept Azteca. In Prospect, Owls reverse swept Forge. Where is Challengers best of 7 reverse sweep? Is this where the box gets ticked? Well, potentially, but that's a long road away, and like you said, Shah, a long way to the summit of this mountain for Shadow. It's quite a different story for Owls. They merely just got, the final couple of steps before the top, but the final couple of steps sometimes feel like the heaviest ones to try and climb. And it might just swing back the other way just yet. Let's find out. Shadow showing a little bit of that early presence on the ball, but let's pass over to Akmo, who's going to pop it up. Yak's already up for that one. Pops it to his teammate, Akmo. The team synergy is here. The drop down. Sam Dusk tries to connect on it. Now, could this be the counter-attack as the players are in the positions that they need to be, but not quite able to get it past all 3 of them, and Shadow not quite clean on the counter-attack.
Yeah, both teams having a chance there. Now another chance here for Owls, but Onesie can take that one away. Now Akmo, a nice block from him, but efficiency is right on that. To the corner, Onesie's up, a redirect off the corner. This is a chance maybe for Hung, a bouncer. It goes over, is he there for the rebound? Looks for the back post, and Onesie is there to finish it off. Hung with the unselfish pass. Looks like it was intentional as well. Really, really intelligent play from him, and Onesie there to give Eclipse the lead.
Certainly. And you're finding these high impactful plays now from Shadow starting to come online. Is it too little too late? Who knows? We'll find that answer soon. But Sam Dusk wants to drop it down to Akmo. And just as the brilliance happens, it's immediately overshadowed by the Owls flying high, trying to secure their first ever RSC Grand Final as a franchise and try to turn that later on into their first ever trophy. For now, though, it is a tied situation. It is game 4. The road ahead of Shadow is long and winding, but we'll see if they're able to get this game 4 over the line with that goal that they still possibly have, and looking to turn into 2 as they get an attack going. Yak firing downfield. Sam just not quite able to get on the end of it, but a bit of pressure presence certainly there. That's not going to be a favourable read, for either side though, and it will head back into the hands of Onesie as he looks to try and make his way around those couple of players.
Hung now trying to take this one forward, gets it past 2, but Sam puts it to his own corner. Not got a lot of boost here, but manages to deal with it well. On this ball again, into the middle to Yak with the shot, but Onesie once again is there to save that one away. A lot of saves from Onesie in this series I've been noticing. Maybe not where he's known best for. He's usually known for those flashy plays on the offense, but this series has been having to come up clutch on that back line, and that just is a testament to how much pressure this Owls team has had. And eventually that pressure will deliver with Yak. A really nice little shot there. A bump from Akmo on Hung on the back line as well. And Owls linking up once again and back in the lead once again.
Owls right back in the lead, looking like they are in control of not just the series, but this game number 4 as well. They want to close this out in a sweep. Yeah, I guess, Charlie, want to give us a bit of an early home time today at work, and you know what? Why not? Why not? But 2 minutes still remaining for this one. For Shadow to try and put up a fight, but the bumps are coming through. The disarray is there. Shadow! Missed opportunity. Onesie not quite connecting.
You have to put that one away. Like, the opportunity is just there, but Onesie just completely missed that ball, and that one went begging, and now down the other end. Sam, what an assist off the ceiling for Akmo, and Owls looking to run away with this game.
They are indeed, as they, I guess, continue to add to their tally. Owls essentially, they ran over them in game number 2. They're reversing back and, going for seconds at this point, Char. It is looking like it is just over. Shadow have got to show us otherwise here. But, I mean, this just feels, it feels like it's a roadblock which nobody can break out of. And you know what? I'm not sure which team, if any, is actually able to stand up to this Owls presence and, how they play on the field, because the upper final here, Shadow, they are the best team from the other conference. Owls the best team from their conference. It's not looked like that today. It's looked like Owls is a league above everybody else, and they are, you know, maybe like the 8th place team from Rival or something coming to play a show match.
Yeah, just Owls. Unbelievable performance, but there is still time for Eclipse. Only 2 goals, just under a minute. They need to get into this game. They cannot give up. Hung looking to take it forward, gets it over one, the air dribble. Sam right there to clear it out, and the double tap as well off the sidewall, and now going forward to the backboard. That one's dropping down. Yak is there, but Hung can clear that one out. Sam now looking for the backboard. Is he there to follow it up? Yes, he is. Can't get that one onto the net, but Yak can finish it off, and 4-1 at this stage is so tough.
It does look that way. Owls 4-1 in this game. Looking to go 4-0 in the series and find themselves 33 seconds away from doing just that. Sam Dusk will happily stall as much time as he possibly needs off of that clock. Akmo trying to force that one through. But it's been such a great series here from Owls Char. And Shadow, same can't quite be said for them. It's just another one. It is just domination as Owls punch their ticket to the grand final. The first one in the organization's history. Shadow sent to the lower bracket, and that is just ticking that final box, you know, dotting that final I, crossing that final T, and Owls have just put on a destructive force of nature here today.
Yeah, and whoever that team coming from the lower final to face them is going to have such a tough time, because the way this team is playing right now, it's just enough of a challenge to win one best of 7 against this team. Almost looks impossible right now for a challenger team, but if you add on top of that, coming from the lower bracket, you have to win 2 of them. It just seems so tough, and Owls looking like the strong favorites to take home the trophy tonight.
Yeah, they most certainly are. They will go to that grand final. And, well, I mean, you talk about bracket resets. It's going to be difficult to beat this team once, let alone twice, if you're anyone from that lower bracket. And we also have the result from the B-Stream match as well. We do have it as Team Serene getting taken down by Death Cloud in a 3-1 fashion. So, I mean, this Death Cloud team moving forward, excuse me, to the lower final to fight alongside Shadow. So, I mean, that's going to be an interesting game in itself. But in terms of the post-series stats here, Char, walk us through them.
Only 3 goals on the side of Shadow. Owls managing to hold them to less than 1 goal per game, which is just absolutely absurd and just unreal. And it's not like Owls, they really like had so many shots. They just, the way they played, it was just so controlled. Like that field domination of 55% is so massive, and this control and the speed that they had in their game was just unbelievable to see, and so impressive from them, and a statement for anyone watching here. And I'm excited to see this grand final later on in the night, but it is definitely Owls to lose, and if anyone does manage to beat them in that bracket reset, it will be a massive upset, and possibly one of the best upsets certainly this season, maybe in RSC of all time, with how they're playing right now. And a lot of that is thanks to this man right here. It is Yak, your series MVP.
Most certainly is. Yak, such a great player in that series. Always there when needed to be, and takes home series MVP for this series. But Owls want more than that. They want the trophies next to their name, and they're going to come back fighting later on tonight to try and do just that. Like you mentioned, it's looking like, you know, these teams can't really, that Owls team can't really be taken down by anyone. We'll see if they're going to be able to. But Shadow and DCE, 2 teams who are going to battle next in that lower bracket. I mean, Char, I just want to come to you. What do you think is going to be the result of that one, right? We have 3 teams reigning. Obviously, Owls awaiting the winner. We've got Deathcloud, who are coming on a little bit of a, I guess, momentum train after their wins through this lower bracket after dropping down earlier on. Shadow, I mean, they've just fallen in a 4-0 sweep with only scoring 3 goals across the entire series. The momentum just does not know their name. It doesn't know who they are. Like, Shadow who? I want to know, do you think they're going to be able to bounce back, or do you think Deathcloud are just going to walk away with that one easily?
I have to say that, for me at least, Deathcloud are definitely the team that I'm looking at to win that lower final. Normally, a team can bounce back coming down from the upper final, but when you come down to that lower bracket in that fashion from the upper final, getting, with all due respect, absolutely destroyed in that series, it's so tough to bounce back from.
Yeah, it really is. It was a tough one there for Shadow, excuse me, and also a tough one for Team Serene on the B stream, and that is going to be them eliminated as well, top 4. I mean, I just want to quickly take a look back at the caster predictions here, because I believe we've got quite a few people who predicted this as their top 3, and well, are they going to get? Is everyone going to get the order correct, or is everyone going to be wrong?
Yeah, this is probably the top 3 that I would have had as well if I'd sent these in on time. It's the top 3 that a lot of people had, a lot of people not on this screen as well, in just the general RSC community, and it's looking like that first place Owls is a very good prediction, the safe prediction, but safe can be boring, but it can also be correct, and that's what these people are. Yeah, you said that. We're not going to talk about your predictions. Your predictions hurt my eyes. But yeah, a lot of people having this top 3, and that being the top 3 we have, and we will see by the end of the night who manages to come away with that trophy. But before that grand final, before we crown a champion, we do have one more series that we will be coming to after a short break. It will be the lower final of Shadow versus Deathcloud.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
The Owls of Charlie are flying high and make their way into the grand final, but who will join them? That is what we are here to find out. It is myself, Rhino, and the absolute goat to my left. We've not casted in a long time. This could go off the rails real quick. It is the Bosnian Berserker. Kiki, how are you tonight, mate?
I was expecting the Bosnian buffoon, but thankfully we've upgraded.
No.
We're back in it right now, and yeah, I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing yourself, Rhino? It's been a show so far.
Listen, if you get your prediction wrong, we're gonna go to the other name, all right? That's the way this goes, okay? There's a lot on the line here. Speaking of there's a lot on the line here, of course, it's the night where we find out our Charlie champions, and we can show you exactly what's been happening so far this evening, I believe, as we take a look at the oh, it's not working. That's a big shame. Okay, well, you know what we can say, Kiki, all right, is in the last round, in the upper final, as you saw on this mainstream, it was a 4-0 sweep by Owls over Eclipse, which puts them down into this lower final. Meanwhile, Death Cloud Atmos took out Team Serene Psycho in a 3-1 win to find themselves here. And wow, yeah, Chebs has broken absolutely everything on stream as it appears. So that's
all blame on him.
Pretty impressive. But we are going to get things underway very, very shortly, Kiki. And where do you think your thoughts for this game are going?
I thought you were going to say predictions because they're completely in the water, considering that already Shadow was my kind of favorite team here to run all the way to Grand Finals, which they still can, and we fixed that. Right now, we can see everything here. As Eclipse and Atmos, you can see them in the lower final right now. Usually the more interesting game, even more interesting than the Grand Final usually, but so far, I will say, we had a quite good streak of Grand Finals and bracket resets recently in terms of just going to Game 7 and adding up to the hype here, Rhino.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be one that's really interesting because, as you say, bracket resets have been happening quite often, and that is what's going to happen for this lower final team. If they get into that grand final, they will have to win 2 best-of-7 series rather than just the one if they are to take home the championship. Meanwhile, this lower final, it's a straight shootout, best-of-7 first to 4, however you want to phrase it, Kiki. And I don't think we could have picked two more evenly matched teams getting to this point. It's first and second in Glacies. We'll find out who the champion of Glacies is to face the mighty Owls later.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the difference here on the sheet, on paper. Usually doesn't mean much because everything is decided in game. Tournament life on the line. You win 4 or you lose 4 here. That's it. Your career's over. And basically, all these stats can tell us is basically the way these teams play. You can see Shadow is a bit more of a defensive style team. They have 60 more saves opposing to that, kind of Atmos roster and, a lot more demos. 101 more to be precise. So we're going to see a lot of kind of, tactical gameplay from Shadow. They're going to play heavy defense and try to transition through demos, basically, trying to find that back line, enable their players, and you can see definitely who is there on the saving ball right there. Nothing kind of being, the one guy in the defensive line, but you can see everyone here is just kind of an all-around team player. They're going to look to support each other the best. Lucas and Kutezo, I might have butchered that name, are a bit newer additions to the team, but it's been working so far, and we will figure out who will be playing in the end. It just depends all of a sudden, who joins the lobby and stuff like that. But tell us something about Atmos here, Rhino.
Yeah, I really like the way that Atmos have approached this post-season. We do have them in the server now, and I can tell you that it's going to be Cynix, Ghosty, and Salty as well, who's joining up, which I assume is Zizify, and it certainly is as well. I've been told by by our producer. So it's going to be the 3 usual suspects for Deathcloud, and I did just want to do some research. I did want to have a look back across the season. Obviously, Atmos and Eclipse have already played each other twice so far in the RSC season, and it's
give us the head-to-head.
At the moment, it's 5-3 on aggregate in favor of Shadow Eclipse. But that's very, very close indeed. 1 series apiece, a 4-0 sweep for Eclipse, and then a 3-1 win for Atmos the other way around. So this game really could go either way. Depends on the day. We've got Onesie as well playing for Shadow Eclipse, playing up from Prospect, which, I mean, he's been doing a very good job. He probably should be in Chally anyway. We know Onesie is absolutely quality. But Kiki, the most important question now is, what is your prediction? Who goes through to face Owls in the grand final?
Well, I will say I will just have to assist my earlier talent predictions to kind of give the vibe back, and I will have to give it here to the Shadow roster. I mean, they have been pulling through. They are kind of on stat a bit of a better team in terms of league placement, so I'll give it as maybe 4-2 here to Shadow. I'm definitely thinking that Atmos can put up a great fight here, but in the end, I do believe that Shadow will take their way to the grand final. What about yourself, Rhino? What are we looking at?
I can't lie to you, Kiki. I'm in a really difficult position because the one thing I always talk about is the RS cast predictions. And when I made my RS cast predictions, I had Eclipse first, Atmos second, and I actually had Impulse third, which has proved to be horrendously bad from my perspective. But the other 2 are okay. I just need to figure out which of those 2 teams I want to send through into the final. You know what? Give me Deathcloud. Give me Deathcloud. I want to see DCE make their
Prediction
way
out
into
the window.
the final. So I'm going to go with a 4-3. I'm going to go all 7 games, 4-3 in favor of Deathcloud, I believe. But with that said, the predictions are made. The players and casters are in the lobby, and we've got to get this lower bracket final underway. It is, of course, Shadow Eclipse versus Deathcloud Atmos taking to the field to determine who will get the chance to play for the championship.
And on the way we go, Manfield, always a beautiful scenery and always a beautiful way to start off here. Game number 1, the also important one, the one to set yourself apart from the other team. To start yourself with a dominant performance is already on the side of Atmos here. They're looking very dangerous here off the start by Eclipse. They're going to be definitely looking to get inside through those demos, through those types of 50s that they also desperately want. And there's a start, but even better save coming out from Saltleon. And that one will just fizzle out in the end. And a bit of back and forth, but high aggression coming out from Eclipse early on.
Yeah, and you love to see that. You do have to remember that momentum is going to play a factor into this series, of course. Deathcloud coming in off the back of 2 victories in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Shadow Eclipse have just been absolutely curb stomped. 4-0 sweep by the Owls, okay? That was, I mean, all respect to Shadow. That was not even a close series. So they're going to be coming in a little bit demoralized. But I tell you something, it's not affected their early game prowess. They look like they are really trying to take this game to Deathcloud. doing a good job of that, but that whiff is going to cause them problems. Cynix off the left-hand side, looking for the pass inside. Mr. Efficiency will easily send it away for Shadow.
Oh, not him looking to get a clear here, but it just feels a little bit dispossessed, and the pinch will find its way past the back lines of Eclipse. Maybe an overcommit, but it's just enough for Atmos to get the opening goal as they draw first blood in the opening game.
And how important could that be? Putting Shadow Eclipse on the back foot early just means that their mental is going to take even more of a shot than it already has done from that beating in the upper final. Deathcloud needed really to score the first goal of this series to continue that momentum that we've seen them have, and they have done just that. Still plenty of time, 3.5 minutes for Shadow to try and bring it back around. But it's always going to be difficult when you are playing with a sub playing up from Prospect into that Shally arena. As much as we know Onezie's prowess, as much as we appreciate how much he does for this side, he finds an assist. And I tell you something, that didn't look like Prospect to me. He absolutely pings the pass, and there is no one back to defend it. 1-1.
Yeah, Cynics, knowing he was the last man, he was attempting to block the shot, scared of a direct one, but Onesie was able to read that play and just find himself that beautiful rebound off the corner and send it to Cynics right there to finish it. What a beautiful reply there coming out from Shadow Eclipse, but a demo early on could open the backlines here. Onesie left alone in the backlines, but Efficiency, he takes it past both right here, and he has an open net to work with. Maybe not quite, sets infield for nothing on. He can't find the touch right now, as a 50 will be forced out from the side of Atmos here. But Efficiency, he has other ideas right now. Backboard found, there's the bump, there's the demo aggressive play right there. Onesie left to finish, a bit too high, but Hung is there as he finds the lead and gives it away to Eclipse.
And this is exactly what Deathcloud needed not to do. They have given that 1-0 lead away, and it's Hung with 2 goals now for the side of Eclipse. Able to rise higher than anybody else, find the bottom left corner, and suddenly this game has taken a turn for the worse for the Deathcloud side. Hung is the man who has been the architect of that comeback. Still looking for more, looking for another goal, looking to do to Deathcloud what Owls did to them a moment ago. Hung drops it down. Onezie's going to come through, but actually it's a big win by Zizify. Looking now for this one off the backboard. Actually, crossbar post, and there it is. Ghosty just able to make connection with it. A lovely touch by Zizify at the angle. It needed someone to finish the job. Ghosty was on hand. 2-2.
He was very patient there, lurking around the, well, I don't know if it's the, 18-yard box, but we can just say around the box there. I don't know, car metrics here or saw car metrics, but regardless, Ghosty was there lurking, looking for the perfect moment. Patience was key there, and he had the full composure that was necessary in that moment. But a demo, again, that physicality coming out from Eclipse here, trying to just push their way through this defense of Atmos. Will it work? Only 2 minutes left to decide that, as Onesie, he's looking infield for that touch. Cynics misses the touch. Efficiency looking to punish! And he does find the top corner. If you're not going to clear that one, the consistency will land into the way of Efficiency as he finds himself once more the lead for Eclipse.
That's going to be one that Cynics and Ghosty won't want to watch back. That is really definitely a double commit there where neither of them were even anywhere near the ball. And that gifts Shadow an opportunity, and Mr. Efficiency takes it with open arms. He's looking for another one. Ghosty does enough to send it away initially. Onesie fakes out the challenge. Tries to get a second touch. Doesn't happen. Cynics this time off the backboard. Does find connection with the ball. But it's only as far as Shadow. And now it's Hung looking for his hat trick. Great save on the line by Zizify. As this one now comes up the top. It's Ghosty to send it away. Hung is there again. Looking over the top. Needs a double. Gets it to Mr. Efficiency back post. Ghosty does a good job to send it away. But it's all Shadow Eclipse going into the final 60 seconds.
Yeah, and they're still playing on the pressure right now. Not much coming out from Atmos. You can see that on top of the game for the last minute. It's all been Eclipse, and finally they break out here as Ghosty is looking to put past Hung, but he's not able to get past Efficiency there. But Sutland is maybe, but in the end it's just cleared away, and Eclipse gets some breathing room once more. The biggest difference here I'd definitely say is that Eclipse, they know how to manage pressure a lot better than Atmos. Once they take a shot, they know how to recover it and kind of get back into their possession and play around it. As we can see here, definitely Hung looking for that infield touch right there. But once again, it's a 50 on the end. And plan B's, C's, or D's. You get E as efficiency. Finds himself coming out the goal to get the beautiful redirect into the bomb corner.
And the way he recovers off that play as well, he's not expecting that ball in that moment, but the reaction speed to flip into the ball, get it on target, knows that there's no defenders there to make the save. Beautiful work from efficiency. 2 goals for him, 2 goals for Hung, 4 in total for Shadow Eclipse, but that's a lovely fake. Onesie does enough to make a save up there, and he keeps Shadow Eclipse 2 goals ahead, but Deathcloud showing that they still have a little bit of fight left in them, and maybe we're on course for a grandstand finish here in Game 1.
We've been known to have a few of those right now. 10 seconds, plenty can happen. Only 1 goal needed. So far, the pressure has been on the side of Eclipse, but Atmos finally showing signs of life in the last 2 minutes here, and only 1 good kickoff needed. They get the possession at least right now. Saltly and try and take it over efficiency, but great touch from efficiency here. Stalling 6 seconds already. 2 seconds on the clock. The ball still hasn't hit the ground, so they're just going to try to control this one. Keep it in the air, but just not enough. Eclipse will look to secure themselves game number 1, albeit an important statement to come back from that shattering 4-0 loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned right at the start of the game that it was important that DCE came into this game and got the lead at least. I should really have clarified that they kind of needed the victory because Shadow Eclipse have now shaken off that sweep from just a moment ago, right? All you need to do is win 1 game and suddenly your confidence comes back, your momentum starts to build, and you start to feel very much like you're back in it. I mean, look in that bottom right-hand corner of your screen right now. 62% field domination in favor of Shadow Eclipse. They were all over Deathcloud, and it shows in the fact that they have taken home the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was deserved, definitely. I was thinking Eclipse will be kind of demotivated. You're thinking okay, they come off of a 4-0 loss. Maybe they're going to need to take some time to get their footing, get their momentum back, get some motivation as well. But no, they were right back in it. It didn't take them even half a second to start off with the opening goal, and then they just kept going on blow for blow, Atmos and Eclipse. And this one is, I will say, it's staging up to be a Game 7 here. And Rhino, your prediction might not be far off here, definitely, because both teams here definitely showing a lot of bite, a lot of fight. And we are ready to see some more as we head over to Forbidden Temple here, Game 2, albeit won't put you on series point. It will give you a great advantage through the series if you can close this one out, Eclipse.
4-3 the score in Game 1. Will that be the score of the series when all is said and done? We'll find out if we do get to the point of Champions Field. For now, Shadow Eclipse want to try and get out to a 2-game advantage in this series if they can, but Deathcloud going to start Game 2 as quickly as they started Game 1, but Onesie is up well and will be able to get the clearance for Shadow, and the counter-attack is in, but Cynics makes a good save.
30 seconds already off the clock, and you can see Eclipse already amongst the lines of Atmos. Atmos in full disarray there. Panic ensuing, but no second man to follow up. They can thank their stars right now, or be it Clouds. No clue what they preach to right now, but they have to preach to something, because so far, they haven't been looking solid in this game too. Too much panic on the backlines here. If Eclipse get closer, all of a sudden, there's just no rotation found, and there's just not enough time to find yourself on the backline. And Onesie will look to punish that one promptly.
And let me tell you something, this man is almost certainly going to get that promotion next season up to Charlie. He's been so good all throughout today. And he finds the opener for game number 2 on Forbidden Temple, which, little known facts, bit of trivia, it's my favorite map in the map pool. I absolutely adore Forbidden Temple. I don't think that's a hot take. You know, a lot of people enjoy this map, but for me, I just think it's so pretty and gorgeous, and actually,
it's peaceful.
It's very peaceful, but the Rocket League on display is frantic and panicky, which is also something that I love to see as Onesie down this right-hand side. There's a demo onto Hung, but it might not matter if Onesie goes the distance. Is that off the crossbar? It certainly is, but he's showing more and more his individual prowess, looking very, very good out there.
Absolutely. I mean, thinking of upgrading from Prospect to Charlie, and then you just coming out with all the stops, being able to produce that solo play is so important for your team. Just to have that individual pressure and make the team work around you rather than for you. It just enables so much more space for your team. Right now, Atmos is the team that are looking for space here as they can't seem to connect anything. The pass is not working on. Hung finding the bump as well. Salty being sent to another dimension there. Maybe not even on the same server anymore. As Onesie can't look to get a follow, but the double might open something up. And the demo, they're looking at an open net. Hung, can he finish? Oh, yes, he can. Eclipse double their lead in the nick of time.
And there you go. Just under 3 minutes left to go. And it's going to be Hung looking for that shot. And that's going to be it. So 2-0 they go. Forbidden Temple looking like it's Forbidden Foot. Atmos to score a goal so far. They're not able to break down the defense of this very strong Shadow Eclipse side. And you have to say, we mentioned it after that game one, their momentum was going to be there, their confidence was going to be there, and they are showing it in this second game. Yeah. They are winning the aggregate battle across the season, but it's very close. This game, as it stands, doesn't look especially close to me, Kiki, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first one started off with a bang, blow for blow, but right now, the only thing that seems to be blowing up on the field is the cars on the side of Atmos, as Eclipse just seem to be dominating through possession in the midfield as well as just the demos. And right now, Onesie won't look to take the touch there. Could have been awkward for him, but right now Salty takes it past one, but you can see the inconsistency there. A great setup though. Cynics looking infield for the pass to Ghosty, but it's just a clear in the end. Too much commitment on the side will leave them exposed down the middle, and you can see efficiency already going for those bumps. I will say I've noticed the shades that efficiency in wearing, and I'm thinking that gives him a hell of a huge buff throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, it does seem to. Certainly is this one down that right-hand side. Deathcloud looking to try and pressure, but as soon as they do, it seems like the boom ball is in from Shadow Eclipse, and they turn things around. Cynics down that right side now. Onesie, is he reversing the whole way? I think he might be, but either way, he gets demoed out of the play. Hung able to make the clearance, and now efficiency up to the sidewall. One by Zizify. Onesie down the left, but Cynics intercepting, and it's very back and forth over on that far side, Kiki. I'm not sure either team is really getting possession of the ball, but that will work for the side of Shadow, because the longer this happens, the more time gets taken off.
Yeah, time is definitely not on the side of Atmos right now. You can say it's literally like a no-way through zone. Any way that like they try to break through, they just can't. Even the demos are not working right now, and every shot, every touch has a response, and even a dangerous counterattack to follow from Eclipse. Because you might think they're just going to turtle up, clear the ball, and like leave it be. No, they follow through, they get the 50s as well, and they kind of put the pressure back on you. Biggest thing about a comeback is not just scoring, it's also about not conceding more. You don't want to get that gap extended right now, as those balls are dangerously close to the goal of Atmos right there. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Can they turn their fates around? I don't think so right now. They haven't mustered even 5 shots in total, and yeah, Lone scored one.
Yeah, they really haven't, and that is going to be a concern for DCE. They seem to have been playing very well in this lower bracket until Shadow Eclipse come along, and they seem to have their number. Onesie pops the ball high. Very momentum-based player, Onesie. If he starts feeling it and starts kind of getting the shots and goals that he wants, he's a very dangerous player at any level. And Shadow Eclipse eventually get the ball on the ground, and a rather uneventful, I think it's fair to say, Forbidden Temple, and that was from honestly, a lack of fight coming through from Deathcloud.
Yeah, definitely. You can see them trying to break through the sides as well, especially like just playing through the corner of Eclipse. Eclipse played their corner so perfectly, just kept the opposition there and kept 50ing over and over again. And once they do get the ball out, they follow through with it. They get a player on it. They force you to waste boost to get the ball back. And by the time you get the ball back, there's no second man or third man with enough boost to follow up. And definitely the pressure has been all the way on the side of Eclipse here. And I will say, it's looking more and more like it's turning into a one-team show here rather than a fight that we were expecting. I was expecting this one to be a fierce one, maybe even a 1-1 contender from Atmos, but it seems like Atmos is like fading away almost.
Really does, which is not boding well for the future of this series, of course. However, there is always more Rocket League to play, and we are going to switch over to DFH Stadium. Now, something that we would often like to see in a best of 7 is that timeout called after going 2-0 down, because that's a very, very dangerous position to be in, and you want to be able to steady the ship before it getting worse for you. However, Deathcloud have not called that timeout, and Kiki, I wonder if that speaks to their mindset about this series.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely say as a kickoff pro here, right here, knowing you want to take a kickoff and then lose the rest of the game immediately. Maybe it's not needed. Maybe I'm just in the wrong right here. Cynics starts us off immediately. 3 seconds off of kickoff. He doesn't care. No timeout needed. Just a jolt of energy from Cynics can get you the opener.
The Death Cloud captain getting them back in front with 3 seconds gone here on DFH. And that, well, is going to set the tone for this game number 3. Death Cloud aren't here to play around anymore. They definitely want to bring the fight to Shadow Eclipse because it's fair to say they haven't been doing that so far in this series. Game 1 was a 1-goal game in favor of Shadow. Game 2 was a 2-goal game. Now, Death Cloud, no more Mr. Nice Atmos, I guess.
Oh,
Onesie,
no.
though, over the top. Onesie!
Oh.
Looking for clip of the week. Not going to find it on that occasion, but he keeps going for these solo plays down the other end.
What a
save. Beautiful work from Efficiency.
I mean, that's efficiency right there. He didn't give it away. There was no rebound to be followed up. It was just a perfect save onto the crossbar there. Great diving save there. But regardless, you still need an answer here. And I can tell you this much. Onesie, such a good pickup right here. You definitely want that first man player in him to be able to arrange you these sort of solo plays that can even get you a goal early if he's left with enough space, because that's definitely the biggest difference between these tiers and Challenger. You need to have consistency here, and Onesie is the one to kind of punish the inconsistencies of the other teams, so there's going to be plenty of them. It's just a matter of time whether he can score or not. And Hung now being forced to retreat back. Efficiency not having the greatest flip there, but good 50 to knock it away. Ghosty trying to apply the pressure, and this is much better from Death Cloud we're seeing here. The control on the corners here, not giving the ball away promptly as I might have just jinxed that one, but great 50 still keeps it there. Cynics looking to commit there. No third man to follow, but maybe a pinch, maybe an own goal. One from the Kiki books could be there to follow in the end. A great clear, 1-2 play, not going to find the answer. And it's a bit dangerous here. A miss from Cynics. That could have been punishing there.
Yeah, and this is a Death Cloud we've not seen so far this series. In fact, it's a Shadow we've not seen so far this series either. They're double committing, causing themselves problems, almost scoring own goals. It's concerning from an Eclipse side, but they are only 1-0 down for everything that is going wrong in their half. Meanwhile, Death Cloud, they're chasing a second goal. They would love some daylight between themselves and Shadow. It's not happening yet, and actually Hung might be able to turn this one down the field. Efficiency can't get the bump onto Ghosty. And so he gets up and makes the save well. Death Cloud trying to spark the counter-attack, but things go wrong on the right-hand wall, and Onesie picks it up again for Shadow off that corner. Needs help now, looking for the pass, but it pinches away.
And you can see how much control he just establishes with his touches, his presence. He gets past 2 people. You need to commit so many resources to him to get the ball off of him, and if you don't, he's just going to get that one-way play that he can always get. And right now, you can see how dangerous that can be right now. He's just going to haunt you throughout the rest of the game. If you can get him enough space and get him the ball, he can definitely produce that play for you. 2 minutes on the clock left, though. You need to find the reply soon just to feel a bit more comfortable there. You don't want to be that 1 goal behind. As Onesie is looking for an infield pass here. Hong looking for the shot. He's going to be first to it, but just not low enough as Salt Leon will end up clearing it away, but great fake to get past Efficiency. Efficiency's able to get a touch onto it, but it should be a simple clear here. Nothing to worry about, unless we have a bit of a slow rotation there. Thankfully for Eclipse, that's not the case. And Onesie leaving that one away will leave an exposed Hung here. He does recover quite well, and this is the thing about Eclipse. They love to control this one on defense, but their counterattacks have been lacking a little bit so far.
They have so far in this game, that's for sure, not in the series, but they need to try and find that again. And Efficiency looking for it. Gets past Ghosty down the right-hand side. Picked up by Zizafite. Hung takes the 100. And Efficiency gets a big challenge there. Onesie, can you get up in time? No, not quite. Ghosty will win it. And a huge pinch down the left-hand channel. Ghosty now putting this one middle, hoping for a teammate. Onesie sends it high over the bar, and he's going to be called upon again. Gets it beyond one. Hung tries to take it around Ghosty, doesn't. Mr. Efficiency doesn't come through. Onesie's going for the bump, which might have been a miscalculation on his part. With 47 seconds left, Shadow Eclipse have been behind for a long time in this game. Remember, Death Cloud only scored with 3 seconds gone in the game. It's been a long time without a goal, and it looks like that time is going to continue. Kiki, maybe not. Cynics onto the bar. Surely Zizafy. Good save, Efficiency, and Hung clears it away.
They hang on for a little longer, but they still need that goal. They're still trailing behind. They just can't seem to get possession of the ball in that third half. Well, in that third, I guess. But in the end, Salt Leon can get that one and double their lead in the nick of time to secure themselves this game 3. And it's a good statement to at least get that second before finishing it off.
Yeah, and that's an important one. I've been talking for the last, well, almost 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
About the fact that Deathbow wanted daylight. They wanted that second goal. They have now got it. And the response is there. So, once again, Watercaster's talking about timeouts for. Who says when they should be used outside of the players on the field. And they've proven that right here. It's a 2-0 victory for the side of Deathbow. They'll just knock this ball on the ground. And suddenly, this lower final has a little bit of life in it.
Absolutely, and a dominant fashion as well. You didn't expect a 2-0. You expect at least maybe Eclipse like scoring one back, but so far, I believe this is the only game that has had a clean sheet, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. I can't remember how game 2 finished. I know it was a bit.
Game 2 was 2-0.
Was it? Okay, valid. Then, yeah, so fair. Okay, second clean sheet. First clean sheet for Atmos. We'll say like that. Okay, first clean sheet for Atmos. And, yeah, the presence was definitely there. You can see the offense. 8 shots in total compared to the 3 of Eclipse. There was just... It was just no room to work with if you're Eclipse here. No demos to be found as well. It's not that physicality that you were wanting, and all of a sudden Atmos came away and showed their true colors, and that's what they need to do. Onesie definitely had a few chances, but apparently it was not enough. Maybe they need to rethink their strategy for the next one. Maybe change up on Atmos here.
Maybe. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it does just feel like in that game number 3, things just weren't quite clicking for Shadow Eclipse like they were in games 1 and 2. You start to see Atmos come for them a little bit more in the sense that they were really pressurizing them in their own half, and that was causing Eclipse problems. They weren't able to break out of that vice-like grip that it felt that that Atmos had. So now we move on to Utopia Coliseum, and well, both teams are definitely going to feel like all eyes are on them, although someone is not present. And no one's called a timeout, so I think actually Atmos would be well within their rights to just join the server and start. However, the sportsmanship coming through Kiki and waiting for Onesie to get back, and I love to see that.
I mean, would you reckon this is also classed as a technical timeout if they notice a player missing? Well, he gets back in time. We will be getting some action underway promptly. Guess we won't need to discuss that after all, as I guess Eclipse are also itching to get back into this game. They want to take back what's theirs, at least start with a goal here. Regardless if it would be a win or a loss, you just gotta find a way to score against this impenetrable Atmos roster you just met in game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And Hung looking to get things underway. What an incredible save from Zizify up into the top left corner. That is really good to kick things off for Death Cloud Esports, because they really could have gone 1-0 down so easily, just as quickly as they sent Shadow Eclipse down 1-0 in the previous game. But that doesn't happen. Gets across the goal quickly, and now we can get into game number 4 as Deathcloud try to level the series. Meanwhile, Shadow looking for series point, and oh no, efficiency! Wasn't efficient enough with his boost, and the ball flies past him.
I think the shades might have gone in the way there a little bit. He just couldn't see enough. You know, you got the shadow around you, and you got the shades on your face. I mean, just a little bit out of position there, and the boost was definitely not managed efficiently there. As you said, I love that one right there from you, but regardless, we will get back underway promptly, and once more, we're looking at that unbeatable Atmos from game 3, and they seem to have struck back so quick. I thought Eclipse would have the first blow, just considering how much pressure they had over the start of the game, but so far, it's been all Atmos, and it's looking like a cloudy day here at Utopia Coliseum, as Eclipse still have no answer for the last 6 to 7 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like they have. But Deathcloud, they are now in position to try and make life difficult for Shadow Eclipse. They were 1-0 up for so long in the previous game. They're going to be 2-0 up now. They're going to make quicker work of finding daylight. And it's going to be Cynic's pass off the backboard, not met by a single Shadow player. Onesie looking for the squishy save, which just does not come through. And with 3 minutes 39 left, there's still time to get back into the game, but it feels like Eclipse's mental might have really suffered after that previous loss.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's better to concede, not in the last 17 seconds, but rather in the first minute 30, so you have a lot of time to come back to kind of regain. But I don't know, it feels like they're missing that connection. They just can't seem to find their players on the pitch. And right now, 1-2 might just be the way to break through this Atmos defense, but not quite, as Onzi is forced to make that demo. And Hung getting set up here by his teammate, but just getting beat out there. I think just player for player, they're completely getting outmatched here, as Cynics will find the third. The speed was just there for him, regardless of the amount of boost that was on the side of Hung. Cynics was just faster.
Yeah, used every single last drop of boost to get to that ball first, and he was repaid in spades with his second goal of the game, Deathcloud's third. And suddenly, Shadow Eclipse, well, they look a shadow of them former selves, let's put it that way. As Efficiency drops it down, Ghosty plays the ball out to the left, Onesie takes it beyond Ghosty and now has a moment with the ball on his bonnet, looks for the flick, doesn't find it, still trying things though. Ball to the back post, should be a goal, but Ghosty gets up so well to deny Hung at that top right corner, and it remains 3-0 as we just approach the halfway mark.
What a statement, 5-0 in the last 7 minutes of the game right now. Maybe a first reply, not quite. What a save coming out from Salt Leon there to deny any sort of comeback potential. But right now, Hung will take it past all three. He says he's had enough, and it's time for Eclipse to reign over Atmos finally.
There we go, off the crossbar and follows through, and that's exactly what you needed from Shadow Eclipse. Hung has been the man who's had the most opportunities, 5 shots to be exact in this game number 4. And he's done a wonderful job there at converting off the backboard, but now Deathcloud immediately look to bring this 3-goal lead back in their favor. It's not going to happen just now as Zizify waits on the ball, burning time. Bit of time wasting with still 2 minutes left on the clock is crazy to me, Kiki, but it's worked. They've been able to get out of their defensive half.
Finally, it does take a bit of time to get the ball through the defense, but look at that. It's just so efficient right there. You get 10 seconds for that air dribble solely right there, and once again, if you regain that possession, every single possession you have, you're at least securing yourself 10 seconds or maybe even a goal right now with the amount of pressure Atmos are putting up. But Indian Eclipse are able to pull that one out. A bit of miscommunication there. Onesie was left with a task of bringing the ball upfield as Hung was going for a demo, but in the end, that miscommunication didn't cost them just yet, at least, as a demo lands through. Cynics has a good net to work with here. Onesie, the last man standing, as his team gets annihilated, but in the end, it was just not enough to get past the back line of Eclipse.
And the ball doesn't squeak under either after Zizify takes a shot. The clearance here from Hung. He has been Shadow's main man so far in this game. Needs to do a little bit more, though, unfortunately, if they are going to be able to bring this back around. And now Zizify down that right side. Won by Hung out of the corner. Efficiency following. Maybe looking for a bump. No, Ghosty gets up well on the right side. Cynics can't get past Onesie. The pinch, though, is going to favor Deathcloud. Zizify gets on the end of it. Off the backboard, but no, Hung does catch that well. Ghosty gets a block in the midfield. Cynics puts it up into the corner. Ghosty trying to get the bump onto Onesie. Doesn't happen for him. Zizify collects. Now looking for the pass. Cleared away by Efficiency, and with 30 seconds remaining, Shadow Eclipse's time is running out if they want to prevent Deathcloud leveling this series.
Yeah, I mean, 25 seconds looking highly unlikely here. We've seen crazy things, but just looking at the state of the game and the way Atmos have been playing, I don't think they're going to even have a chance to score one. Maybe Atmos will even bring one more for the road, but I just don't see this Eclipse roster breaking out of their defensive lines right there. The pressure is so massive from Atmos, and look at that, they're just breaking through again. They're trying to get the fourth as well, but Hung at least retains some sort of pride from game 4 here, but it's no longer a bad game in game number 3 right now. Right now you have a problem and you need to take a timeout to resolve it. You need to figure out what went wrong ever since that game 3. You're just not finding your footing in these games.
Yeah, and we'll see if they do. I get a sneaking suspicion that the timeout won't be taken by Shadow on this occasion, but you're starting to see that field domination, and I picked that key stat out right at the start of the series for a reason, because it really does tell you a lot about the flow of the game. It was so in favor of Shadow games 1 and 2, but since then it's really been leveled out, and now it's 53-47. The percentage difference is so low. Deathcloud Esports have really been able to get back into this game in an effective way and stop the Eclipse attack almost perfectly. They had one goal, which was an absolutely outrageous solo run from Hung. Outside of that, they limited Shadow Eclipse in an offensive perspective to very, very little. So Death Cloud Atmos are going to be really happy with this game state right now. If you told me after 2 games had been played that Atmos were going to get back into it and level up the series, I probably would have laughed at you. I wouldn't have expected it. But here we are, Kiki, heading to Beckwith Park with neither team on series point.
A rare scenario here these days, especially considering the level and magnitude of the just contrast of different teams just being so dominant over one another. But this one actually being a close show. Eclipse finally breaking through that 4-0 curse. Well, not curse, just, you know, a bad day at the office, I guess, from that 4-0 in the upper bracket. They started off really strong, a good dominant 2-0 to start them off, and right now it seems like they've just lost all that composure. Regardless of being 2-0 down, Atmos seemed like the more composed team so far, but Hung thinks otherwise! He took to the skies, found the backboard, and found himself once again a marvelous goal, and this time it's for the lead.
I've got to say, for this tier, Hung's individual ball control might be the best of anybody I've seen. The way he's able to play that ball, not just like hit the ball off the backboard, but softly play the ball off the backboard to himself, keep possession, get that second, get that third touch. It's so special. You don't see it a lot at this level of Rocket League. And he's looking for another goal, saved away this time by Zizify. We can't really sing his praises enough. So Shadow Eclipse have taken the lead in game number 5 on Beckwith Park. Maybe once again, casters don't know what they're talking about in regards to timeouts, because players just seem to be able to figure it out when they're required to, and that's a wonderful thing to see.
I guess there's enough time in the break between the maps. I mean, just to speak your mind and just be like, okay, let's do it. But I guess it's just working either way, either side. Maybe timeout's not even needed in Rocket League at all. Maybe we should cancel them indefinitely. Definitely not something we should be talking about. But you know what? We'll just put that one out there, get a little hot take going before the game kind of kicks off right now. And you can see a bit more dominance, a bit more speed coming up from this Eclipse lineup here. As soon as they start off in front, they feel a lot more confident, but it's difficult when they play from behind, but they don't care about that. If they can stay in front, they're going to do it all they like, as Hung looks to double their lead for the second time, I believe, this series.
His control is great, but his speed is greater as he gets across all 3 members of Death Cloud to reach that ball first and finish it off into the bottom right corner. 3.5 minutes to go. Hung is putting Shadow Eclipse on his back right now. And I'll tell you something, I think the ride looks quite comfortable for the other 2 players, as Shadow are now looking to take that series point, as previously mentioned. Zizify, Ghosty, and Cynics desperately trying to find a response. Onesie gets this going forwards. Ghosty sends it away. Hung plays it back. Is it on target? It's not. It's going to hit the post, and it will be sent clear by Zizify. But DCE haven't woke up yet in this game 5.
Definitely taking time. It feels like the table's completely shifted. I don't know what much could have changed in those 30 seconds of break. I mean, maybe you're eventually just hyping yourself up, getting that confidence up, but to see this different of an Atmos, look at the inconsistency in the backlines. You're barely controlling the ball, barely able to scrape together a clear, and look at the consistency coming out from Eclipse. A beautiful 1-2 counterattack play there to find the passing into the net here. Efficiency, finding Onesie open on the right-hand side, and easy as you like, down the middle, and open net you go. 3-0 to Eclipse.
I have to say, that's actually a 3-man play from Shadow, because the demo coming through earlier as well from Hung is so important to the result of that play. And then Mr. Efficiency has the wherewithal to pass to a Onesie to his right. And I tell you what, Shadow Eclipse are feeling it now, aren't they? And especially this man, Onesie double post, and it will be cleared away. But I was going to say it just a moment ago, Onesie getting on the score sheet is something that any opponent should be very, very scared about. Because I've already said it before this series. Once he starts feeling it, once he starts getting that vibe that he is the best player in the server, he might not be, but he feels that way for sure. There is a lot he can do in the air and on the ground, and he's proven it.
Mechanically, I definitely will say he looks like the most advanced player on there. like maybe he's lacking the rotations or something to be the challenger level. I'm sure he'll be like way maybe above this tier as well next season, but he just looks insane to me in the control in the air, and it seems like he's just dominating the offense as a one-man player right there. Hung could be it, but right now, but here's a reply from Atmos, not saved there, as Ghosty will find their way through the backlines of Eclipse, rather be it on a few mistakes coming out from them. They're happy with it. They're happy with a comeback goal there, potentially.
I've got to say, that's pretty cool from Ghosty. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he intended to hit that ball off the crossbar because he knew that it was the only way to score. If he takes that shot on, he doesn't have enough boost to be able to get enough power behind it. So he knows the defense is going to come around. So he almost lofts that ball over the top, makes 2 men miss from Shadow Eclipse, and then finishes off into an empty net. Very, very nice work from Ghosty. As I say, if that genuinely was his plan, but I believe it was. You know, I like to believe in people and plays, and that is definitely one of them. Cynic's down the left side, looking to get Deathcloud back in with a shout in game 5. Doesn't go for a bump in the end, and so once he can bring this one away for Shadow, and yeah, the control is nice, isn't it?
Definitely. I don't see any other player on the field doing it. I think definitely this is definitely their like mechanical prowess. It's like the academy player you've trained to finally get onto the field and then show what they're about. It's like your ace up the sleeve. Kind of just that one-man army that you can just set apart. Like the other two can just do their job, hang around, but it's not been the case. All 3 players have been firing on all cylinders. You can see the demos coming out and the plays. iHung has definitely been there doing most of the work, almost finding himself a hat-trick, 7 shots on the board. He's just been that offensive demon amongst the ranks of Eclipse, and so far Atmos, they are looking afraid.
They are, but Zizify, nice pass back. Ghosty takes a shot. Hung just immediately rejects any notion that that ball is going to go anywhere near his goal. Says absolutely not. With 10 seconds remaining, I do feel like this game 5 is all but over as Zizify gets an extra little touch once he saves to the side. And we will go into Neo Tokyo with Shadow Eclipse coming back from a 2-0 lead to a 2-2 tie.
Yes.
And now they go 3-2 up. And actually,
I read chat, sorry.
There was a timeout called, and then now there's no timeout called. So we are just going to march.
No, there is a timeout now. Look at that.
Okay, final answer. There's a timeout, I think.
Okay, Ghosty coming out with the most back and forth teammates. Okay, I like that. So yeah, they've decided for a timeout right here.
Yeah.
A smart one, definitely one of your last chances, because on 3-3, it's a question whether you can get it back, but definitely, I don't know. Nah, it's complete. Okay, we love you, Ghosty. Don't. Just hoping he watches his back. He doesn't feel bad about it. It's completely fine.
No stress.
But yeah, the domination. Definitely look at the field domination again. It's back in the favor of Shadow by a great margin. You know, that 16% difference is quite large. Genuinely, like when you think about it, that 16% of a game is averaging around like a minute. I'd say 20% is like a minute. So you're looking at a minute of full extra control on the side of Shadow. It's a lot.
It really is, and that is going to be a concern for Deathcloud because it's gone back to the way that games 1 and 2 were, and I think that is a win condition right now for Shadow Eclipse, where if they dominate the match, if they get given enough space on the ball, if they get given the moments to take the advantage and to take that offense, they 9 times out of 10 will win the game. There are some teams that will take that advantage, but they won't be able to win because the defense is too strong and they catch them on the counter. Deathcloud Esports don't have a good enough counter attack right now. They don't have the speed across the field to be able to get to make the best of these moments. So as long as Shadow Eclipse continue to go for those early challenges, get as much field possession, as much field domination as possible, they're likely to win this next game, and even more terrifyingly, could give KikiCast the perfect prediction.
Yeah, that would be a dangerous one right now, and
for everyone.
I mean, I definitely didn't expect it to happen in this fashion right now. I felt like Atmos would just pull away after that equalizer because they've been so dominant in the 3rd and 4th game here. But the win condition for Eclipse could just be, let's just let Hung go forward and secure ourselves a play. Maybe a demo, maybe a shot, maybe a pass. Onesie can just secure ourselves on the defense. But it definitely feels like Atmos dominated through the lack of presence from Shadow in the games 3 and 4. But once Eclipse feel themselves again, as you said, once Onesie feels like he's one player, he's that one player on the field that can do anything, he just gets unleashed and gets you so much control and so much of that possession that Eclipse has been farming so much of throughout the last few games.
Yeah, it very much does feel, doesn't it? I mean, ZywOo go kills very much feels like the same as Hung go score, right? The two are comparable right now. And I know Kiki's a CS caster, so I know he gets that one. But we
are as well. We're not hiding anything. I mean, Rhino has that. Oh, I saw you do a CS caster too. Don't you worry.
It's so much more lucrative than Rocket League. Anyway, we are going to get into this game number 6, the place where dreams go to die, Kiki. And, well, your dream of getting a right prediction could die here with an Atmos victory.
Well, my previous playoffs died here, so let's hope at least the prediction gets me going here. I mean, you know, once you can't play, just stick to what you're good at, and we're mediocre, I'd say, at least, casting. And at this point, we're looking at a very interesting time. I'm wondering what could have been said, what could have been the answer in the end, and we will just tell the players to join. I completely forgot about that one, so apologies, ladies and gentlemen. That one is completely on me. Never Rhino, never blame Rhino. Rhino is always perfect in everything he does. And here we go, underway, Game 6, the decider of potential Champions Field, or a one-way ticket back home. Atmos left to decide.
Here we go then, Shadow looking to get the opportunity to take revenge on an Owl's side that made it look so easy in the upper bracket final. Meanwhile, Deathcloud Atmos, they want to also get revenge on an Owl's side that made it look so easy in the upper bracket semi-final. So we will see which side comes through as Hung on the left-hand side gets the better of one, won't get the better of a second though, and Zizify sends it away. Onesie, big interception. Backboard, Onesie, ceiling, looks for more. Cynic's able to clear away. And now Deathcloud try and get their bonnet on ball, but it's not happening for them. And a double commit there, which goes horrendously wrong. Deathcloud Esports have not started Game 6 with confidence.
Definitely not. I mean, at least you haven't conceded yet, but that might change right there. Efficiency, good shot towards the net, but not good enough to get past Cynics. And Ghosty will look to recover that one. Great touch off to the side. Can he get the redirect onto the backboard? He can. Onesie needs to get that clear. Lack of boost. A bit of a drought here on the side of Eclipse, and that looked to have been punishing Ghosty, just missing that touch there. Maybe opting for the 50, thinking there can be a player behind it, but ball is dangerously close to the goal line off the side of Eclipse here, but still no finishing touch to be found from Atmos.
Yeah, but you are absolutely right. Check out those boost tanks. They are so low on the side of Shadow. You'd like to think that Deathcloud would be able to take advantage of this moment, but Hung makes sure they can't, keeps possession in that back corner and then gets a big clearance, and Efficiency might be up first here. Zizify does well to get in front of the play. And now Ghosty bringing it through. Onesie, somewhat of a clearance, but Cynic's ready, looks for the bottom right corner. Bottom left corner, I should say. Hung does a good job of saving and then clearing. And now Mr. Efficiency might be given a chance. This ball works around into the middle. Cynics does enough to send it up towards Ghosty. Onesie wins the 50 though, and how? Onesie, big challenge, big result, 1-0.
And he's that one-man army who'll get you a goal out of nowhere when you least expect it. He's there to strike, and it must feel good. Just, you know, rotating on the backlines, and all of a sudden your team has gotten the lead as Onesie finally finding that solo goal he's been so craving. Maybe not in the fashion he wanted. He was looking for those clips, those stellar plays, but he's loving it regardless. And Atmos are one step closer to going home.
He's still looking for those clips. Let's be 100% real, right?
Yeah,
you know, just because he scored there does not mean it's the end of Onesie trying audacious things. But even still, Deathcloud, they might need to try some audacious things themselves if they're to get back in this game. Onesie looking for the pass across. Actually, he's just going to take it through. Ball on Bonnet. Good control. Well, isn't able to find the flick before Ghosty challenges, but now Mr. Efficiency backboard Hung up first, gets it off the backboard, needs a double. No. Oh my goodness, what a save. Onesie trying to keep the play alive. A 2-0 lead here for Shadow Eclipse might just be enough to doom Deathcloud, but it's not gonna come yet. And now the counter-attack is in. Ghosty backboard needs help. Onesie denies.
And what could have been a moment right there, a statement goal maybe even a winner. There's not much time remaining. Definitely enough time to score at least 2 goals here, 3, 4, maybe even, you know, a few for Atmos. But considering the defensive line of Eclipse and how solid they've been, just preventing the shots, preventing the chances. Atmos has only had 2 shots in the last, what, 3.5 minutes? Not gonna cut it right now. You need a bit more. You need a bit more of that 1Z magic right now that you're missing. And right now Eclipse is the one dominating the field. That's definitely not what you want if you're Atmos. Time definitely not on your side. Bleeding out, bleeding those chances. You're definitely looking at a potential comeback goal to at least find the equalizer. But right now 1Z looking to take it away with a great pass down the middle, but hung with the shot. Ghosty gets the way to give some hope back into the Atmos roster.
We spoke about field domination being a win condition for Shadow Eclipse, and it's proving to be the case. Oh dear, Zizafy!
Oh my god!
Didn't even try and get up for that ball. It was too speedy as Hung able to get past him, and Zizafy immediately knew that he had problems. Zinix tries to get across the goal line, isn't able to do so, and Hung go score is the strategy employed. It's 2-0 with just under a minute to go before Atmos' season is brought to a close.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like it's already come to a close. I don't see any more life remaining here. Maybe a miracle is needed here. Zizafy looking for that backboard. Can't find Cynics on the rebound. His efficiency is there to clear it away. 1Z though on the other side. He's still looking to be the nightmares off the side of Atmos. He might just succeed. He found the opening goal, and that's where the pressure came from. But look at that. No finishing touch. Being able to just come out of the roster of Atmos as 20 seconds hit the clock. Lights are running out.
Yeah, I really thought Ghosty was going to take a shot there. Really needed to, because there wasn't too many people around for Shadow who could make the save, but Hung to put the dagger in the coffin, and that's exactly what he does. Well, a dagger in the heart of all things Deathbound, that's for sure. Ghosty putting in chat GG's. He knows the situation. 10 seconds left on the clock is not enough to score 3 goals. They will stick it out. They will stay in the server. But I have to say, Kiki, they fought tooth and nail. They did so well to bring this series back to a situation where it was 2-2. But after that, Shadow Eclipse were just too much. And they will be getting the chance at redemption against the Mighty Owls.
Absolutely. Time for revenge has never been sweeter, as Shadow Esports are the winners of the lower finals. They will be advancing for the final series of the show today. And I mean, it was complete deserved. By game 5, definitely Atmos was the team that felt like they were the ones in control. 5-1 on aggregate in the last 3 and 4 games. Well, in games 3 and 4, and then trying to solve the issues after that timeout just can't quite cut it. And Neo Tokyo will be their burial ground as Eclipse end up sending them to the Shadow Realm.
They certainly do. A phrase coined for this particular organization, and you can see there the statistics, and it's the statistic we've been coming back to all night, right at the bottom of your screen. That field domination, 57% in favor of Shadow, 43% in favor of Deathcloud.
Yeah.
And whenever they were able to make that pressure, get in Deathcloud's face and get in their half, they were pretty clinical. And I mean, even shots, they had 10 more shots across the entire series as well. They were, on balance, the more dominant side.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if Hung got the MVP. I mean, I felt like he was all around on the field, on the pitch, and he just felt like the dominant player. And yeah, there he is, 23 shots, mustering 8 goals alongside those 6 saves, making him like the perfect fill-in player wherever you needed them, in the most dire situations, in the worst moments, you can find him to be the shining, well, the glooming shadow, I should say, in this scenario right here. Not really the shining light, as he does end up veiling over Atmos to make my prediction come true, actually. I'm quite happy about that one there, you know? Finally, you know, something going right my way.
A 100% prediction on the desk, not something you see every day, but Kiki pulls it off, and he's prevented himself from being called names here on the desk, which is also a very impressive.
It was high stakes.
High stakes, man. It
yeah,
really was.
I bought this script early from...
Oh, we're not going to find out. We're not going to find out. There you go. He's back.
Hello. Oh, we're back.
We got you.
So a little animal stepped on my LAN cable, but we're fine. We're covered. But yeah, I was gonna say Ark has delivered the script to me early. I kind of had to buy it out just to not be called names here. But a fantastic show here, Rhino. Any more thoughts on this one? Because it's genuinely been one of the better lower finals we've seen so far.
It certainly has. A lot of fun, great enjoyment had by all, but the day is not over, Kiki. We have two teams remaining. Only one can take home the championship for Challenger. Will it be Shadow Eclipse or will it be the mighty Owls? We will find out after this short break. We'll see you in a moment.
See you in a bit.
Struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won, and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Well, here we are then, where we probably expected to be at the start of the day, but it's been a very interesting way of getting to this grand final. Good evening, everybody. I am Rhino, and I am joined by the gallivanting goat himself, the beeping sheep. Sheep, how are you this evening?
Oh, yeah, well, it's been a very exciting one, to put it simply, this entire build-up. I just watched a cracker of a lower final in between Atmos and Eclipse. That last game especially made me pretty excited for what is hopefully not just going to be a complete walkover, because Owls, as everyone has seen so far, they're yet to drop a game in playoffs altogether. So, fingers crossed. Considering this is my first time as well ever doing a grand final, it's not the most boring thing in the world, and I feel like Eclipse will hopefully bring something to the table.
Well, you've made a very good point there, and let's take a look at what's happened throughout today then. And as you can see, Beeping Sheep is telling nothing but truth bombs as Owls won 3-0 against Atmos and 4-0 against Eclipse. 7-0 on the day, not lost a single game yet this evening. And Sheep, I mean, I don't know how many people in the history of RSC have done that. It's going to be a very, very select group. Certainly, if they can go through these grand finals without dropping a game as well. But the team that they're now playing has a little, maybe a bit more confidence, a little bit more pep in their step than they did before.
Yeah, I mean, Ehung especially, I want to give a quick shout out to after what was a stellar performance in the tail end of that last game. But if he can carry that on, then yeah, Shadow can absolutely make a series of this. I mean, what is this? Owls, the only Ignis team in the top 4. It just happens to be that they're the best by quite some margin. However, this is the grand finals, and nerves may start to kick in for them if you are Owls. They would sure hope not, but I suppose it's time for predictions as well before we do get into this firecracker of a series.
It is time for predictions, Sheep, and I guess I will go first because, to be honest, I've seen enough in that lower final to believe that Shadow Eclipse are a team that have changed their mindset. A team that are going into this grand final with more confidence than they went into that upper final with. A better understanding of the team that they're playing against. And for that reason, I've got us going to a bracket reset, and I've got a Shadow 4-3 victory in this first series against Owls. But Sheep, I got to ask you, have you seen enough?
Well, I've certainly seen enough from one of these two teams, and that is Owls. Well, as much as I would love to see a bracket reset, because we have gone 2 for 2 so far in Academy and in Prospect. We've both seen bracket resets in those, and they've both been blockbusters. There's been a 7-game in each of them. I think the pattern breaks here, though. I think Owls, they're just a bit too good for the tier. I think they are going to absolutely whitewash this one and be one of a very select few, as you said, to go the entire playoff day undefeated. Pull a geeke, you could say. But, I mean, this is prediction though. This isn't what is actually going to happen. Surely not, right? Sure, there's a little bit of fight in Eclipse because finals time. Like, you have to. Yeah. You don't want to be embarrassing yourself on that big stage. You really don't want to be. But, well, I suppose we'll have to find out.
We will, and we are just going to delay a little bit longer. We have got one of the Shadow players who is just restarting their Rocket League, so we will have a little bit more time to hype, and that means I've got a little bit of time to talk to chat as well. We've got just about 70 people watching this game right now. We'd like to see that get into triple digits. It's grand finals. Get everybody involved. Message everybody. It's finals time. Come and watch some RSC. The second is, I'd like to see which team people in chat believe is going to win this grand final. I'd like to get an idea of where people's heads are at. Drop a 1 in chat if you believe that the Owls are going to take it and go on to win the Chally tier. Give me a 2 in chat if you think it's going to be Shadow, Eclipse, and we'll do our best to keep an eye on the chat and how things are going. And, you know, Sheep literally taught me this yesterday, so I hope I didn't do it wrong.
Oh,
did I do it wrong?
Well, the chat interaction's definitely getting in there. I've certainly seen some interesting chat interaction. Won't be reading that one out loud, but either way, let us know what you're going to be saying for these grand finals. Thank you very much, Muck, for the comment. Yes, it does, to put it simply.
We've started as we mean to go on. Wonderful stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are still waiting for that player to join us. The suspense is building, and chat is getting a little bit comfortable, I think it's fair to say, Sheep. But let's take a look back at the regular season, because, of course, these two teams had rather similar regular seasons, except for the fact that Eclipse actually had the better season on the balance of play. 49 game wins, 23 game losses, 11 wins, 6 draws, only 1 series loss for the entire series and for the entire season, sorry. And I mean, that tells you a lot about this team. Meanwhile, Owls 11-3-4 with 47-25, still very good, and you can see the goals for is absolutely astronomical. But Shadow seems to have the ice going into this final.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well. They've got the ice throughout regular season anyway. They've got all the stats on their side. Head-to-head, however. We've got a bit of 4-0. Oh, and a little bit of news as well incoming for this. There is going to be a sub for Shadow, which will make things pretty interesting because Owls won't be facing the same team. They're going to be that they were facing before. Here's your player stats. You've got those two on 72 games, the 2 reliable ones on the side of Shadow. And their sub as well. It could be the game changer, because from what I've heard, there was a little bit of talk going on in that upper final to maybe just egg them on, just to keep them going. So maybe that's the secret to turning the key and making a meal out of this finals. But, I mean, with that other side, with Akmo, Sam Dusk, it's going to be a tough ask.
It really is, and it's such an interesting one to look at because you've got to give credit to Shadow really in this whole day, not just in this particular game, but they've been playing with a guy playing up from Prospect into Chally, which is pretty tough in the first place. They've been playing with that substitute moving into this grand final. But they've made it to the grand final with that substitute, with that extra play. And now it appears that that substitute may not be able to make their way back. And they're going to have to try and carry Sir Pegasus's ass to a championship victory, which is almost impossible. Shadow proved that in Prospect. And now they're going to try and do it maybe in Chally. I don't know if that's the player who is going to join up for Eclipse. I hope it isn't for their sake. Because we all know that that guy can't play Rocket League to save his life. But, you know, we'll see what they decide to do. If there is a substitute coming, if Onesie doesn't get his PC turned back on.
Yeah, well, it's as you said yesterday, if you can't play cast, and if you have one of the most prominent casters coming in as sub, then it's bad signs, to put it simply. That's pretty much what you call throwing away the series, unless he somehow just changes his mode and plays a blinder. But that's not something that I think you're going to see if you're a caster, because that's why you're here in the first place. I mean, that's why I'm here in the first place. This is a guy that has never made playoffs in 5 separate seasons, so the record is there. So now I'm on the desk. Hello.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I never played the game. You know, never even touched a controller. I don't even have a rank. This is just. I've done this and nothing else. I knew I was a bad player, so I decided not even to try, and I'm on the desk. But we are absolutely waffling. Yeah. Because it is the situation that Onesie simply isn't here. And I don't know what the protocol here is as far as how we go, but yeah, I totally agree. Our production has said that a timer should start as far as a DQ goes, but no one wants to see that. No one wants that to happen. However, we do see that Onesie is in chat. We appreciate that he is working hard to resolve this issue. And I'm very tempted to a degree, production, if you agree with me, to go to a break until we do have him back in the server. I'm not sure what the thoughts are on that, as much as I would love to keep waffling. We may go to a quick break. That's no. It's just the people that left and are rejoining. So, whoa, hold up, the sub's here. Yeah. Onesie cannot get back on, and therefore the sub is here, and now we just need Hung to rejoin because he decided to leave. And then we're going to get things underway. So it looks like maybe we were going to get a break. Instead, we might be going into the game, and I think we've gone a little bit early, production, on that graphic, to be honest with you, but we'll see. They are on the way. We can run the whole graphic. You're absolutely right. Sheep, talk to me about this game now that we're actually finally getting into it. What do you expect from Luke?
Oh. Well, after an absurd amount of yap, I'm not really sure what to even think about now. I think a lot of the players don't know what to think about as well, especially if you're Onesie, because apparently some Fortnite event completely bricked all of Epic. It's just not really what you want, is it? Just before a grand final, something that you work so hard for. But if the sub's got anything to say about it, maybe, as I've said before, he is the key, but maybe not. I think we have pretty much exhausted just about everything that you could go through the series already. It's either going to be a whitewash or Shadow are going to somehow reset it. I don't see any in between. If it's close, Shadow will take it, and if it's not, it's obviously ours. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts.
No, I think I agree. I think Game 1 is going to tell us a lot about this series, because we saw in that lower final that it was Shadow Eclipse who were able to win that first game and bring themselves back into a good mindset. If they're able to win this first game of this grand final, then I think there's really a chance of them getting back into it, especially now with Luke joining as the man who is actually the Chally sub for Shadow, clearly available for the grand final, which is great news. We are seeing that apparently Epic Games is apparently down, so we get kicked out of the match. It might be GG's. But we hope that that's not going to be the case, because we are still waiting for one more.
It's just going to check peak grand finals, really. It just would happen now, of all times in the day. Still waiting on Ehung. That epic outage means you're going to have to wait probably a little bit more for this final. And Challenger, the conclusion of Challenger, it might also be best.
He's back. He's here.
Whenever we bring up the break card, whenever we're about to go, it seems like the players hear it and just go, nah, why don't we just not do that? Because it seems like we've got all the players here at long last, so can no one else please leave? It would be absolutely lovely to get into the series, as the entire map graphic is probably on its 3rd or 4th playthrough now. But after a long time of waiting, one team's joined. Can the other? Thank you very much. And it's about time we get this grand finals kicked off.
Manfield Knights is the location of game number 1 of your grand finals for RSC Challenger Tier. Shadow Eclipse versus Owls Esports. Owls beeping sheep. We've finally got Rocket League to watch. Let's go!
Thank God for that. The players seem just as excited as we are, bounding around already, looking for everything. Akmo with that first shot, some early danger there from the side of Owls, but Shadow are very thankful that didn't go in. A little bit of a synchronized miss there from Owls, but there's nothing really too much to worry about because they've got the boost control early on. Akmo's looking for the middle. He's forgotten to take the ball with him, however. That's the last thing you're going to be looking for in the grand final. Just ends up leaving it to Yak, who's going to take it alone now. That's going to go to Ehung, straight to Akmo, and I think Shadow have started to adapt to a lot of this early danger, but there's only so much you can do when Sam Dusk is up front.
And this is a man who's been in the RSC for so long now, and he's looking for, I believe it is another title. I could be wrong with that. Chat might correct me. But in the Challenger tier, Sam Dusk, so well known across the board. And he gets the first goal of this grand final. He's looking for the second one as well. Driving down the right-hand side. Gets a reset. Look for the top right corner. And it's going to be pushed away in the end. He doesn't quite get the turn on the ball he wanted. Either way, it is going to be 1-0 to Owls. And I did mention this game 1 is going to tell us a lot about the series. Well, I tell you what, if Owls are here to play like this, then it's going to tell us that this might be a rather quick series.
Yeah, Owls have come to play, and you can absolutely tell. It feels like Sam Dusk is smurfing the way he's currently kicked it off. Look, found first goal, maybe looking for the second. Maybe Yak is also looking for that second. That is such a huge demo on the back line. And Shadow, this is your challenge. Can you stop it before it gets too much?
Owls Esports lose a game challenge level impossible. They seem to be able to find a way to win every single time. And to be fair, they've not really had to try too hard in this game. Already 2-0 up, maybe going to be 3. Akmo backboard double, finds it 2. Akmo scores. It's a team hat trick for Owls Esports. And we might be in for an early bath tonight.
What in the Dusseldorf is going on? BDS Vitality vibes early on. Even the goal explosion's agreeing with us because we're a minute and a half into game number 1 and Owls are already dominating every single aspect across the field. The man Ehung that shines so much in that lower finals just seems to have nothing to say to respond to the onslaught that Owls have put on early in this game. Akmo over, looking for yet another goal. I mean, why not just add one more? Sandusk up the wall. That's going to bounce off straight to Akmo, he's still going for goal number 4. They're so hungry. It's 3-0 and they are just locked in. They're looking unbeatable already. It feels like the series is already over before we've started, and it's not even to say that Eclipse aren't playing well. Like, we're only 2 minutes in. It's not even to say they're not doing well. It's just Owls have come flying out the blocks. No pun intended there. Yak looking for goal number 4. And you may as well call game 1 because I think it is finished.
4-0, the current scoreline of this game number 1. Is 4-0 going to be the scoreline of this grand final as far as games go? We will find out soon. But for the moment, Yak's got his second of the game. And Owls Esports, they are taking it to Shadow right now. Sam Dusk looking for another one. Double touch if you got that, Sam. Oh my goodness gracious me. Ihung goes off this right-hand side. Yak puts it middle. Akmo going to be up to send it away. And Boost in the tank for the side of Owls. Yak looking for his hat-trick. It's going to drop awkwardly. Hung makes a good save. And actually, there should be a counter here, but Yak cuts off brilliantly in the midfield to make sure that Shadow can't attack.
There's not an ounce of breathing room. If you're anybody on Eclipse right now, Owls are throwing everything at it. Sam Dusk, that is disgusting.
We are hotting up in the grand final here. That's an absolute angle found from Sam Dusk. 2 goals for him on this one, and goodness gracious me. It may be a quick series, it may be a quick grand final, but the fact is we are getting treated to some special clips coming through from Owls Esports. Efficiency off the left side, looking for the pass to Luke, but he gets closed down immediately, and that ball is not going to drop. Hung will make sure.
Maybe if Eclipse can get one attack going, because this game's gone already. If they can get one attack going in the latter end, then maybe they can make anything out of it. But it's so obvious which team is looking the hungrier of the two. Owls seem like they're playing like they're losing. They're 5-0 up. They're so hungry. Has anyone told them that this is a grand final? Because this is ridiculous. It might be 6 as well. Acmo, you almost just place at top bins. Why not? But finally, after all that, the saves are coming in from Eclipse. It's a little bit late, finding yourself 5 goals down with a minute left. So you may as well just try and build some momentum going into game number 2. Acmo is just going to take that above. Yak's going to be there to follow. Might as well just add one more for the road.
Like me at 3 p.m. on a Sunday with a roast just having been cooked, it looks like Owls Esports continue to prove just how hungry they are for goals. And it's 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Hat-trick for Yak. 2 goals for Sam Dusk. Acmo's only got 1 goal. Pick it up, pal. It's the grand finals. You need to be playing a bit better than that as Yak now starts to make his way down from that backboard. Blocked off by Mr. Efficiency. Acmo off the sidewall, looking down the line. Luke is in no man's land. If Owls can get a shot here, it's going to be that magical number 7, which could send us across to South America on a little bit of an all-expenses-paid trip, but it's not going to happen yet. And it also requires Shadow to score, which Luke might just try and do here. Mr. Efficiency almost on the line. Not going to happen just yet.
I feel like Yak was just letting that go in just so he could get some extra save points, because this seems disrespectful early on now. Yeah. 3 shots to what is 17 from Owls. This feels like, I don't know, this might be a niche out, but the RSC Cup a few seasons ago, it feels like when you get a master team against, say, a prospect or something, and it's just a demolition job, because that's what game number 1 has been. Acmo's decided to get himself the least selfish person award with 5 assists out of 6 goals. So, yeah, congrats, pal. Keep that running. You might as well make it 7. But there goes your 100% goal. No, never mind. He's got 6 assists. Why not? Why not?
Well, there's a double triple as 2 players get their hat tricks, Sam Dusk and Yak. Yak tried to steal that from him as well. I wouldn't have that if I was Sam personally. That's an outrageous shout. Crazy work. Stat padding going on in game number 1. Hung down this right-hand side. They want 1 goal maybe for the road. Actually, they probably don't. Be more demoralizing to lose by Brazil than by 7-0, and they do put this ball on the ground. Owls continue as they have been playing so far this evening with just incredible pace, power, and precision. They look so good.
Just seems business as usual for them right now. They've sent Shadow on a one-way trip to Liverpool after game 1. Each player picking up 600 plus points. That assist stat is looking delicious if you're Acmo as well. Hat-tricks for both of your teammates. You've assisted every single one. All right, just acting like a waiter over here. But any of the other stats? I mean, look at the field domination, 61 to 39. It's absurd. It's almost 2-1 in favor of the Owls. What can you even do to stop this? I mean, I suppose it stopped the early goals, but I can't think of how they even can start. Yeah. I mean, listen, you lose 7-0 in game 1. The only thing you can possibly do in response to that is forget about it. Try and get it out of your mind. Try and go into Forbidden Temple as if it's game 1 of the series. And yeah, maybe take a couple of learnings if you have any. But realistically, the better thing you can do is just do your best to bring this back to a sensible position for yourselves, because unless you can do that, you're going to be in serious trouble. And it looks like we do have someone who's disconnected. I thought Hung had been able to reconnect, but I don't see him currently in spectating. So
We are seeing maybe the Epic servers are down, but we do have 8 people in the lobby, so apparently there are connection issues once again. So more time for Yap Sheep, and
Yep.
the fact of the matter is, we are currently looking at an Owls team who have one of the best offenses, not just in Chally, but in the entirety of RSC. And I am just going across very quickly and checking. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams out of the entirety of the RSC, which, by the way, is 120 teams. There are only 5 teams that have scored more in the regular season than the Owls at this tier.
That is just stupid. I mean,
Isn't it?
It's ridiculous, to put it simply. Like, this is a machine, really. You look at Challenger, you look at which conference is better, and you're like, okay, well, hang on. You look at that top 4. It's all Glacies bar 1. However, the one that is barred out from that is the most vicious offense in Challenger by a steady mile in the Owls, and they look unstoppable. Hung seems to have gone again. It feels like it's just going to come to another break, which would mean Hung would join back as soon as we've said that.
That's very true.
Maybe not this time.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. So, it does seem like Epic servers are down, and we do apologize for this, folks. Obviously, we don't have any control over this. The situation is what it is. And so I think with that said, we are going to cut to a quick break. So as far as we know, Hung did get kicked out of the game, and we don't want to do this. We really don't, but the situation is what it is. We can't do anything, as is being rightly stated. So sit tight. We will try and keep you updated as best we can, but for now, we're going to cut to a very short break. When we come back, we will either have the rest of the grand final, or we will be explaining to you exactly what's going on. So just bear with us. We'll see you in a moment. Okay, folks, so we do have a little update for you. As it turns out, the Epic login servers have decided to go down during our Challenger Grand Final, which is not ideal, let's put it that way. It does mean that we've got 3 Shadow players who can't get into their Epic. They can't load the game up. So we have got an ultimatum from the leadership team in the sense that if the players cannot get in by the hour, so that's just over 20 minutes from now, if that can't happen, we will unfortunately have to shut this stream down. The Grand Final will be played at another time with that game already going to the hours, with that 1-0 already set. We're currently looking at tomorrow afternoon, but more information will be sent out to everybody about that as and when it comes. However, if the servers are able to come back up between now and then, we will be able to play the rest of the Grand Final this evening, and everyone's just going to be in bed a little bit later than maybe they would have liked. But we're just going to take a moment. We're going to go back to a break screen, and by the time we come back, you're going to know which way round this has gone. We will be back at 11 p.m. CET, 10 p.m. GMT if we need to. But if we're back before then you know that the players have got in and the servers have been fixed. So stay with us, stay tuned, keep us on. We'll see you in a moment.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again.
After a very impressive attempt at trying our best to keep the time rolling in chat, the game... Good. The game is, of course, going to be rescheduled, as you can see in chat. Sheep, it was a pleasure to bring game one with you, but yeah, we're going to shut this one down.
Yep, quickest better second. Thank you very much, everyone. Series done. Challenge is over. GG's.
That's it. We will, of course, be rescheduling this game. We believe to tomorrow evening before the festivities happen on the B stream, but that is inconclusive. We are trying to get it planned for then, but if not everyone's available, then there will be another time. Please keep up to date with everything happening in the RSC Discord server if you would like to know when our Challenger tier grand finals gets back underway. But I mean, that's going to do it, unfortunately. So it's GG's from us. It's a very sad way to end the stream. But Owls versus Shadow will be played at some point over the next few days. But thank you very much for watching. If all of you have, we're going to shut this one down. For Rhino and for Beeping Sheep, we'll see you tomorrow for Rival Tier Grand Finals, which hopefully won't have a massive server outage going on in the middle of them. But for now, everyone have a very good evening. Take care. We'll see all of you tomorrow night. All the best.